Mhm. Brown. Baby. Happy. When Skyblock again? When it becomes fun. Or when it becomes more fun than this. When it becomes more fun than Minecraft, sure. But for that to happen, we need some combat updates. Bad. There's literally nothing to do in that game. And with the chance of dice being changed as well, there's literally nothing for me to do. Everything I do will just lose me time. Because they're gonna make it easier. So. Mm-hmm. Mm. Right. Mhm. Mm. Facts. Mm. Butterman. Alright, we need to actually get a good run here. A good 50 challenge run, I want. Alright, since we got nothing to start with, we do this. Mhm. I Orange beacon, perfect. That's exactly what we need. I was actually kind of upset. I got 1,000 pulls earlier, 1,001, no, 1,200 pulls earlier from one run, and I literally got no mythics visitors. Right. That is crazy, to be honest. Uh, I mean, I'll do this boon. It's not crazy good, but Where's the last guy? Oh, come on. Yeah, so we need to build oranges, and then I want to get at least a few rerolls up and going for rainbow. And when it shows challenge 10 on the side, we can start rerolling if we have aqua. Alright, yeah. And now we need another orange. Okay. Uh, what are we building here? What would I actually take on this? Dark gray? I don't know. Actually, I'll do red on this one because there's literally nothing here. I mean, there's literally nothing. I should just take the one that adds challenges. Uh, I'm gonna just start building some pinks. Yeah, let me think here. I really want the white beacon as well, actually. A white beacon with no heart. Also, I forgot to clean my inventory from the last loot run. Yeah, I knew I was gonna end up dying somehow. Yep, makes sense. I was playing that stupidly. I need to build more of this because if I can get a rainbow on the, because we need rainbow, because rainbow literally just buffs everything so badly. That's what I'm saying. Um, uh, uh, are we getting more rerolls? I think so. Uh, 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 uh. Uh, okay, we need to build good boons this time as well, because I don't think the boons last time was that great, to be honest. I just keep running orange post, even though I already have enough. Well, yeah, I guess sustaining, that's good. I should always try and sustain them. Yeah, I see their reaction to this. This is kind of crazy songs. I finished my mission. 50% more effective boons. Crazy. Again, now we should have timed this perfectly to get a blue right now to build up the entire loot run. This is the destroy, right? Yeah. Alright. I'm gonna actually do this one first, the flush. I wouldn't mind picking a mission right now. Then I'll go try and reroll after next Aqua for a Vibrant. Order Radiant Hunter. Deleting the radio challenge mob grants. Alright, we need an Aqua. You can be outside tweaking. We can be outside tweaking. Where's the rest of the mobs? Hello, mobs? What's happening right now, bro? Damn, no rainbow? That's crazy. It can be asked and taken. Alright. Am I even getting any distortion from this? I don't think so. Alright, wait, what beacon did I even just do? Alright, aqua. I need rerolls. I feel like I should do rerolls with aqua though. Okay, I almost died there, I'm not gonna lie. Giving him rerolls though. Oh, it's not dead yet, GG's. Uh, shit. This is kind of cooked now. The run might be cooked. Alright, I need oranges. Is that propaganda vandal? I can do that. I gotta try building up a rainbow here. Well, it's not gonna fail. Just keep me alive. Thank you. 3 beacon reroll, I guess. Or not, because if you're not doing biofilm, it's just asking to die. I actually don't know what to do here. I'm gonna just do flying chest. I don't know. There's just really no good. I would reroll here, but I don't want to reroll without the aqua. I feel stupid. Should I be taking flying chests? That was 2 flying chests, right? I do that even have anything? Choose a mission? Okay, yeah, I'm definitely doing grey. Okay, reward plus 50%. What just happened? I just got shaked. What just happened? I got wood tapped. What the fuck? What just happened? I'm so confused. What's going on here? Okay, can we actually start building up a good loot run again? Like, I was building for one, but then everything just went wrong. Like, I need to rebuild the loot run in the loot run right now. Alright, we need to rebuild this run. We need to rebuild this run. But Aqua is a good start. Aqua is a good start. Alright, finally we have something. Alright, finally we have something. Crimson. Thank you. This could be the comeback of the run. This could be it. The comeback of the run might be here. Bagging it. Bagging it. Yeah. This. Okay, the run might have a comeback right now. Alright, please. Get me up here. Okay. Let's see this. Orange beacon, please. Thank you. Very needed. Uh, Alright, we need orange. We need to build up orange, please. Electrifying, yes. This is his quick one. Alright, okay, there we go. Now we need aqua. Okay, so we need mana region is good. Uh, Where's my key? Where's my key? There we go. Wait. Alright. This is so intense, man. Gain 30 pulls. Now we need, okay, we need aqua now. This, if you don't get rainbow hair, it's fully cooked entire run. We need a 20 stage vibrant rainbow so badly now. The run is already kind of cooked, I'm not gonna lie, but this is the last determining factor. Now I've tried it so many times. Yes! 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 The run is back. 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 The run is back, boys. The run is fully back. Yes. And now we do aquas. There we go. Alright, just open, boom, boom. There we go. Yep, here we go. This is exactly what we needed. Fusion out of 5. Yes. No. No. Never mind. I need a boon though. I need me some boons. Okay, clockwork with critical damage. That's perfect. That's exactly the boon we needed. Propaganda Vandal. Okay. Yeah. Need this too. Missions. I have no. Please. Don't fail. Okay, we didn't fail. We didn't fail. I have no healing left. So this is high spirits. Gain 12 and gain 2 when you use the big reroll. Alright, and Vibrance, Rainbow. We can, yes. The flush. Okay, so we're stacking a rainbow. No, I just failed the rainbow challenge. Are you serious? Um, fuck, we might be cooked. Yeah, we need to do that for more rerolls. I don't know. Oh, we might be cooked. That shit is crazy. Yeah. Come on. Okay, I needed this. I need this rerolls bad. I need to extend the run super badly. Yes, this is exactly what I need. And I better not die here. Where's the key? Okay, I have the key. Okay. Oh shit, yeah, this might be over. I mean, yeah, it's over. I wasted heal pots too much. And I guess I skipped out on too many boons. It's over, right? I have 2 rerolls left. Yeah. Wait, I have 2 more rerolls. Wait, what? Do I need to head back here? I have no reroll now. Wait. I don't even know what's happening. Wait, what's happening? I guess I have to surrender because it doesn't work. I spent 1 hour for another flopped run. No, I just got super lucky the first time, let's be honest. Fuck. I Yeah, we need to build beacon worlds. I don't know. We need this. That was kind of cute when I didn't get rainbow early, to be honest. I should have probably just restarted. 9 side. Weekend choices. All right. What we need is a rainbow right off the bat. Otherwise, you should just restart. I feel like I wasted so much time there, like an hour for a build up that didn't really work out. Mm-hmm. Let's go. Let's go to Habibti. Facts. Okay, so it's orange and rerolls. Everything we're gonna focus on. Free rainbow. And if I have to go to the shot again. Vibrant blue. Yes, definitely taking that. Definitely taking that. Yeah, I like this one. This is such a quick challenge. Yeah. Oh shit. White bonus. We definitely gonna put a white one here. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, definitely take a white here. Because then we won't need to worry about this for such a long time. Alright, need is 37 challenges now. Yep, perfect. Won't need to worry about this for a long time. Okay, now we build. Now we're gonna keep building this. This time I'm not gonna mess up, bro. This is gonna be a good run. I don't care. I'm giving some good RNG this run too. Beacon RNG. I should just do green on this one. I don't know. There's no point resetting. Or we can just do purple. No. Yellow. Huh? Okay, aqua. I got orange. Wait, I pre-killed it. That's not nice. But someone said you can get mythics from normal chest. If so, that's pretty crazy. I wouldn't mind seeing that. It would just look so weird. I probably would close the chest by accident. Because it would look so weird. Alright, now we need... Okay, one more. This is perfect, this is perfect. We can get a 40... Oh my, please, RNG on my side this run. RNG on my side this run, we can get a 4th rainbow. Please. There we go. Okay, this is the crazy one. Reroll here. Until rainbow, right? Now we need to reroll until rainbow. I mean, there's no other choice. Yep, that's it. I thought it was gonna be 40 one, but 30 challenges is perfect. Come on, rainbow, here we go. This is gonna be a good run, good run, good run. Come on. Let's go. Good runs right now. Alright, get to this. We need to build boons though. That is actually I want a boon. A good boon. Come on. I need orange. Speaking of orange, well, actually, no. I'm gonna go for the boon, for sure. I need this boon so badly. A good boon here could change the entire run. So, yeah, can't really dodge that. I'm actually speaking of her. Yes, bad omen. That's exactly what I needed. Oh my god. Alright, we need oranges, right? Where you? Oh no. Yeah, we need boons, but at the better spot, please. Thank you. Yeah, you definitely taking some boons. Alright, wait for. That's where he spawns. Mm. Alright, elemental damage. We need curses. We need curses, so I'm gonna just go over here and get a curse real quick. Damn, I'm pretty far in that boy. Alright. Choose the mission out of her. Rogue spirits. What's that? Oh, we need this. Missions is good. What's the best mission we can get? I don't know, but they gave like actually good stuff. I'm just deleting these guys. Anytime you add trains into the design again. Uh, we need more. Yeah, we need oranges. But it's in the one that I'm just gonna end up failing anyway, so there's no point going for it. I'm gonna just go for the 200% boon. I don't know. So far, this run has been lucky, I'd say. I've gotten a lot of good stuff, buffs. Let's see. Health regen for every time it's from. Sure. Vibrant, yes, please. I need orange beacons bad, bro. As much as I want that boon, we really have to just build up oranges, sure. Uh, Yeah, what just happened? I was in the floor. Okay, carry on. Under chest. Hmm. Okay, we need to build up oranges. Come on, please. I really hate this barn shit right now. Not a fan of that. Wait, what? I just did the challenge. Are you fucking serious? Why do I need to do the challenge twice? Just being on you. Alright, choose a mission out of 5. Sure. It is? Yeah, I'll gladly do that. Can we get a crimson soon though? Alright, obscure but all the great ever. Nobody really cares about that one though. Here's the Empire next, speaking of extra. I'll gladly take beacon reroll around actually. Alright, let's see. Okay, we need orange for sure. I need a crimson real badly. Yeah, my damage is crazy right now, I'm not gonna lie. We need another orange though. Keep building orange. Orange, build, 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 build. Yeah, also I just got stuck. Nice. Great interchange. I don't like this one. This is a bad one in my opinion. It's just annoying. It's a long one actually. Alright, please get me up there, up there, up there, up there, up there. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this one. This one is annoying. Not fond, not very fond of that one there. Okay, Crimson is exactly what we needed. Electrifying outpost, perfect. Times. I just failed the vibrant. No, 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 no. I just failed the crimson. I just failed the crimson. Are you serious? Oh, that was so stupid of me. That was so avoidable too. That's actually so stupid by me. Wait, I keep forgetting. Can't I just do one shot and then dip? No, no man. I had 14 minutes. Yeah, for per red beacon challenge completed. Yeah, anything. Alright, we need to do the crimson one and not fail this time. Which could be a challenge because it's obviously gonna be here, huh? I keep forgetting I actually kill it quicker than I myself believe. Yeah, this is definitely the hardest one though because you end up in such a weird spot like this. Alright, need to build up some distortion here. Should be done there. Yeah. For the next thing, your brains are disabled. Earn the league in. Do I can't do that. I'm gonna just do this. I don't know. My boom's being disabled. Will that be noticed? I feel like it will be. Oh, it's really noticeable. Oh my god. Yo, without boons, I do 2-0 damage. Oh my god. That's fine though, I guess. Alright, I'll just do the rainbow one. Alright, I'll do the rainbow, perfect. After that, we need to extend the run badly. Please kill that. Okay. Yeah, we cannot fail a vibrant rainbow. But it should ruin the entire run if I fail that. Weapons factory, that's fine. Actually, now we need something to. Okay, red. Yes, please. Okay, we did not fail that either. Good. Wait, what happened? Is the alright? Greatly empower. Is this orange better? Yes. Okay, fair enough. We need more oranges though because it's about to go away for good. This is me without boons, but oh my god, that's disgusting. Yeah, I put that one. It's not dead yet. Oh no, it's not fucking dead yet, man. Fuck. I'm still gonna go for the orange there. Show the warp. It's trash, bro. I paid like 2 stacks for it, bro. It's trash. My damage is trash right now because I have a because I have this ultimate sacrifice something and it's fucking ate all my boons. I'm cooked. Bro, I started like 2 weeks ago. I got it. I really want my boons back, I'm not gonna lie. I want my boons back bad. What's that? Alright, why is it? Bro, please let me have my boons back. Bro, I literally got one tap from there. Oh, this is like the easiest challenge ever. What's the requirement? Is it does it lower your stats or anything, or can I dual wield easily? Is it expensive? Yo, I'm getting one tap, please. I'm gonna just do the easy challenges because I think I'll see if I can. Because I want my ultimate sacrifice done or unlocked, and then I think again, yeah, I know. I just want. I know. I have exactly enough. Get it? I think, but I I I still need to do a red. I know. What just shot me? Yo, I need my boon. Yo, I need my boon so badly, bro. Okay, red. The fuck was that? What? What is actually the easiest one here? It is the electrifying outpost. Don't they do more damage every time I die as well? Yeah, I never knew how bad I need the boons. Oh, time as well. Yeah, GG's. What a fail, bro. You ever see the promotion Grandmaster? Yeah, fucking failure though, by the way, of the run. Absolute flop. I flopped the entire thing. Yeah, so fucking trash. Oh my god. Yeah, no. Yeah, that one without the boon kind of fried my ass. I'm not gonna lie. Playing without the boon was cooked. I actually had some good perks actually. If I just had my boons up, I would not have died at all. Like the boons, I think I had like elemental damage and spell damage and base damage, and always aqua rainbow. Why is it like this? You have to take out the arrows too. I don't really understand that, but I should get, what is it? Authorization. Alright, let's see this. Let's get the god roll on this. So what happened? What happened to my build? What is? Alright, it's right. It's right. It's right now. Mhm. There's a minus on the heal cost and minus healing efficiency. No, and good healing efficiency is what we want, right? I'll just take that. I don't really care. Hello, sir. So yeah, I've had actual one successful loot run today, and like 3 flops. Kind of annoying. I had one earlier with 1,200 effective pulls, which wasn't too bad. But I still got 0 mythics, so it was pretty bad. Wanna duel? What? What? Yeah. Here's the boom. So neck hurt? No. Why? Certain picky lead. Yo, it's KSI. What's up, KSI? What's up with Nick? What's up with him? Mm. Wait, I need to healing pots. It's easy as cancers. Cancer. Good for him, bro. Good for him. Ancient arthropods. Okay. Mm -mm. What? Yeah, I hope he gets well soon. He can take medicine. I find a way. Dude. And power next beacon. I need to build rerolls. So I guess I'll do. I think. Okay, so I'll get aqua, and then I hope for a pink.
And the more they described the prints, the stranger the whole situation became. These weren't normal tracks from someone walking across a yard. The spacing was unusual and inconsistent, without the steady rhythm you'd expect from a person moving through the snow.
Nobody
Some
believes
prints were
this
clustered
ghost
near the
bit,
car,
man.
while others were facing
Come
their house
on.
close to the windows, as if someone had been standing there looking in. But none of them seemed to lead anywhere in and out of the property. Now, because this was
If you see a ghost, you don't just run and grab your camera and run around your house.
People brought up spirits, skinwalkers, and mythical creatures. The OP, though, to their credit, didn't seem fully committed to the paranormal explanation.
F sake.
The worst thing you could possibly do if you have unexplained foot markings is to go on a Reddit, bro. You're gonna have all these niggas like giving you more anxiety and shit. Like,
is this a good one? No, that's like ass.
Failed to capture anybody moving through the yard.
Straight dookie, bro.
Mystery they thought it was. But the subreddit's framing steered them away from the most realistic explanation. As the top comment under the first post suggested, someone is scouting your house. Time to invest in security cameras and lights. And another commenter who claimed to be a reformed burglar explained why the person decided to do it barefoot. As a reformed bad guy, they're casing your place are probably a peeping Tom. I would take my shoes off when in and put them back on when out. The thing is, shoe soles leave identifiable treads that can be matched in an investigation. But bare feet or feet covered only by socks are far harder to trace back to anyone. So the fact that the person was barefoot may not have been random, but an intentional choice. And because the OP never mentioned contacting the police, whoever was outside realized they could keep coming back without attracting much attention.
Alright, let's see. Jester Straight Gourmand gain one use.
Google Hinterkaifeck. For those unfamiliar, the Hinterkaifeck murders are one of the most notorious unsolved cases in German history. In 1922, a farmer in Bavaria discovered fresh footprints in the snow leading to his farmstead, but none leading.
I'll just take that. I'll take that. I'll take that. Alright, blue beacon?
what? Yo! Nah, that's fucking creepy.
Investigators later determined that the killer had been hiding inside the hole
Defend
before the attack. Even though the
blue beacon.
example to OP's situation is limited,
I mean, the scaling is pretty ass so far.
But the connections likely aren't true. For starters, the Hinterkaifeck footprints led toward the home and stopped because the killer had gone inside and never left. The OP's prints told a different story.
Oh, never mind, I'm dead.
No trail leading in or out, and nothing inside the home had been disturbed. More importantly, the Hinterkaifeck murders happened within days of the farmers first noticing the footprints. OP's situation had been repeating over multiple nights with no escalation, so the case doesn't actually share much beyond the snow. Now, as for the
fully dead. Where's orange? Have I gotten a single orange yet?
The OP was using, you find that it doesn't record continuously. It only begins recording after its motion.
Would you like to comment on the geopolitical situation surrounding Israel? Okay, Israel sucks dick.
Users have reported their cameras consistently missing people approaching.
I don't care.
Walking away, if at all. On top of
Alright.
that, the motion sensor can shut down for up to 30 minutes between detections.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm not ducking the horror game, bro. We just have unfortunate events where it's just like niggas just had.
He's a fucking retarded idiot. Alright. Let's have.
It'd be like that, bro. That alien isolation is far from scary, bro. That shit is light work. I haven't seen one scary moment in there. I know some of y'all are wet your pants right now. Unfortunately, I'm not responsible for that. But bro, that game is far from scary, bro. We reacted to scary videos that actually jumped out of our seat in that. Trust. Bro, it's not going nowhere.
I need orange.
Been ducking it, you would have seen it uninstalled or deleted from my system. It's still there.
So when you factor in
next
snow,
stream we'll get on
cold weather, possible weak Wi-Fi, and a doorbell camera that had just been moved
try,
from its normal position to
yeah, please show it to the president.
Nice try. Which is probably also why the
footprints an alien isolation. That game came out in 2014.
He'll probably call you immigrants if you show him the video.
And weeks later, when it snowed again, OP confirmed that no new prints appeared. So whoever it was had been watching closely enough to notice a new camera in the yard and decided the house was no longer worth the risk. We will likely never know what exactly their intentions were. On August 2nd,
Who knows,
2014,
man? We
Reddit
found out
user
about
Steph
this.
Goldhound made a chilling post that immediately caught the platform's attention. Seriously creepy.
You'd call it an illegal aliens.
Decommissioned military
An
frigate
illegal
with
alien?
reports
Is that
from
what people say? I don't know.
The post linked to an Imgur gallery where the person told the full story and shared the image. As I've said in previous posts, I work at sea. Last month, we came into dry dock to carry out refit and repairs. Dry dock is when a ship is brought into a lock, the gates closed, and all the water pumped out, leaving the ship high and dry on the blocks, thus allowing repairs/inspections, etc. of the underside of the hull. Next to us was an old military frigate being broken down for scrap. She had arrived about 2 weeks prior to us. Once the frigate was on the blocks and dry, all the crew left, and the old girl to her fate. A sad sight, but that's how
Did I win?
Once all the sensitive
Did I win it?
removed,
Yeah, I
the
did.
workers were free to go on. The dock foreman, John, went on board first with a camera
Alright.
to take pictures of
More
workers.
orange,
Alright, just
please.
put it in a moat.
This was one of them. The image showed a narrow corridor inside the
Already
ship,
explained, bro.
right near the edge of
Not
that
repeat
flash.
myself.
And
After this orange, I need
was a figure peeking from
need to start cap.
on the shaft. The
Cap.
image showed a narrow areas. He took a couple
The
hundred
fuck?
on the This was one of them. The image showed a narrow corridor inside.
Y'all gonna behave? Nah, take out a moat, I wanna see y'all niggas reaction to this shit. I know y'all niggas fucking wet y'all pants. Y'all niggas just trying to distract me in this motherfucker. Take out a moat, I need to see y'all react to this shit. I know y'all niggas wet y'all fucking pants, nigga. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here, bruh. I know y'all wet y'all pants at this, bruh. Yo! Alright, y'all niggas behave, bruh.
The ship, right near the edge of that flash and barely visible in the shadows.
Bro, shut up, Light. That is the most fake shit ever. It's just a normal human being, bro. Who's in the corner? Like, there's no anyone believe this shit.
John had no idea. He never saw anyone. The area where this picture was taken.
Syrian scares makes no sense. But at least he makes bread from it.
He'd go to take a picture, he would turn off the torch, snap the shot, turn the torch back on, and be on his way. This means when John took this photo, he was standing completely blind in the middle of a decommissioned warship with nothing but a split-second flash of his camera between him and whoever was in that doorway. The OP also mentioned that because the vessel was military, a police search was called illegal.
J-Matt?
A search was carried out, but no one was found.
Appreciate it.
There was one way on and off the ship, and that was by a gangway covered by CCTV.
Okay, vibrant white. Perfect.
To leave the ship after John had taken this.
I think I'm actually gonna go for that.
Users started enhancing the image, adjusting the brightness and contrast levels to pull more
I
detail.
do need.
Stop zooming in!
Wasn't enough to identify
I do need beacon rerolls, but
made it unmistakably clear that it was
20 plus 20 challenges is huge.
a random piece of machinery.
So y'all just left them in there and just went on about the day?
It were an unusual shadow. What was harder to explain though was the face. It looked almost featureless, with no visible eyes reflecting the flash and skin that seemed gray and waxy, like it was made of plastic. But for most people in the thread, the answer is
what if that the whole time it's not even a real human? It was just like some statue figure or some shit. They was trying to put in there as a prank.
But still quite unsettling. It just looks like an old hobo who was startled that someone was in his home taking pictures, so he grabbed an axe and peeked around a corner to see what was up. An axe hobo is still scary. Now, considering the setting, this theory isn't exactly impossible. Some commenters later identified the ship as the HMS Cornwall, a former Royal Navy Type 22 frigate that was being searched around that time. These ships are massive, and by the time they're being dismantled, they're full of stripped rooms, dark passageways, and partially open compartments, which is exactly the kind of place a homeless person could wander into. A user who claimed to have served on a submarine backed this theory up, saying naval vessels are full of hidden gaps and tight sections large enough to crawl through or move across without being detected. So, the fact that police didn't find anyone after searching the vessel may simply mean that whoever was in there either slipped out before the search started or knew the ship better than the people looking for him.
Wave 5 for what? I killed him. That's not the wave 5, baby. Alright, good.
Understandably skeptical of the photo. They pointed out that the figure could have easily been a friend in a mask, photoshopped, or even a CPR dummy propped up in the corridor. But there are still a few details that make the story hard to dismiss completely. For starters, according to the OP, John was an old-school steelworker who used a Nokia 3210 as his personal phone. Not the type of person who would Photoshop images for internet attention. And secondly, one user ran the photo through a forensic analysis tool, and they didn't find any obvious signs of digital editing. Of course, that still doesn't rule out the simpler possibility that the scene was staged in front of the camera, which leaves only two realistic explanations. Either someone in the dockyard created an extremely convincing hoax, or John unknowingly photographed a real person hiding inside the abandoned warship. If that second theory is true, and the man with the axe was close enough to be caught by the flash, it also means he could have been close enough to reach John before he could run to safety. And in a pitch-black corridor, John would have had no idea someone was moving toward him until it was already too late.
Facts.
On April 18th, 2019, Reddit user Wooden Head made a post with the title, "Someone on Facebook thrift page found this chilling message in some old drawers." Attached were two images
I just got fisted.
been bought from a thrift store. The first one showed a message written inside the drawer, "The truth is under." And the second image showed the underside of that same drawer, where another message read, "The body lies at," followed by a set of GPS coordinates. Now, the first reaction most people had was that this was some kind of joke. Just someone
Can we?
writing a disturbing message on
Do
a
we
piece of
believe
furniture to
I
scare
can
corporate
get
officials
that
20 years
lucky
later.
to
In
get
fact,
it
multiple
for
people in the
beacon
comments
rerolls?
admitted doing the same when they were younger.
If that's
Back when I
something
was a kid,
I will take
I've
this
always
chance
found a
on.
body under the apple tree in the backyard. You'll find more than you bargained for. I used to do dumb things like this as a kid, hoping people would find it later. So, under normal circumstances, a post like this probably would have been dismissed within minutes as another creepy internet hoax. But when people started plugging the coordinates into Google Maps, instead of leading to some random empty field or suburban backyard, the location felt way too specific to ignore. The coordinates pointed directly into the Avon Park Air Force Range, which is a massive military training ground in central Florida that spans more than 100,000 acres. At first, a few Florida users talked about going there to see what was actually at the location. But those plans fell apart immediately after a user who owned property just north of the pinned spot recognized the area and warned everyone to stay away. I own recreational property just north of that location. As someone else mentioned, the pin location is inside the Avon Park Bombing Range, or MacDill AFB. We ride our four-wheelers down to the very southeast end of the property and watch them do bombing runs. Aside from trespassing on
Damn.
military installation, you do not want to go trekking out there. Lots of unexploded ordnance. According to this user, the area was a live bombing range, surrounded by restricted land and unexploded ordnance, which are undetonated.
And someone still went there, right?
So even if someone nearby wanted to check it, this wasn't a place a civilian could simply walk into with a shovel, which is actually what made the whole thing so disturbing. If this was a hoax, then the location was almost too perfect and specific. And a bombing range is also an almost perfect place to actually hide a body. Nobody goes there, and the ground is already so torn up from years of explosives that fresh digging would blend right in. And any remains left near an active target zone could eventually be destroyed by ordnance, causing the evidence to erase itself over time. This theory was supported by another commenter, who pointed out how easy it would be for someone with military access to move through the area without drawing attention. If the killer worked there, they would have access.
Please, can I
It's not
stop
like the Gestapo
dying?
would be searching their car. There would be some camera evidence, but when you've been there for some time, you know your way around and where the blind spots are. Besides, the specific location is in a remote part that's probably rarely driven past.
Like, why am I dying so
Even
much?
with all these
What the fuck
possibilities
is
floating
happening?
around, nothing was more unsettling than the coordinates themselves. They weren't just rough directions to a vague area. They were written out specifically to 6 decibel.
Truth is under. Body lies at. This is creepy, nigga.
Points. According to GIS standard, this narrows a location down to roughly 0.11 meters, which is precise enough to mark the exact position of a single human grave. So, while the hoax theory still sounds the most reasonable, it's also strange to imagine someone going that far just to scare a stranger buying old furniture. Eventually, the post gained enough traction that people began contacting law enforcement. According to an update shared by the OP, a friend of theirs contacted the Polk County Sheriff's Office, only to find out the homicide detective had already been alerted by someone else earlier that same day. But a second update revealed that the situation became complicated almost immediately because the coordinates landed on military property. Since the location sat near the boundary between Polk County and Highlands County, there was confusion over which department actually had jurisdiction over the area. However, even without that dispute, neither department could simply drive out there and start digging. The area was
Facts.
part of an active Air Force bombing range, so they needed military authorization before anyone could safely enter the site. The OP ended the update by saying they would return with more information once investigators looked into it. But that update never came, and the last activity under that thread dates back to over 6 years ago. Searching for local reporting and public records from both Polk and Highlands County doesn't bring up any evidence that a search was ever officially carried out at the coordinates. And with no concrete evidence of any criminal activity, the more likely possibility is still that someone simply wrote the message in the drawer as a joke and was designed well enough to drag both the internet and the police into the same mystery. But until someone physically goes to the location and checks firsthand, we will never know for sure.
I mean,
True.
he could be just doing that for attention, but if he's taking the time to put coordinates, I feel like there's a truth in like most of the jokes. You feel me? So I'm surprised they still haven't looked at it, I guess.
On July 20th, 2021, Reddit user ProLapseDis posted to the investigative subreddit RBI, which read,
Yeah, I'm not out to getting some chords to troll someone, but people be low lives, so I'm not gonna lie. Who knows?
I thought for a moment that I'd left the TV on and was hearing it from outside, but as I walked to the front of my car and pressed the lock button on the remote, I realized that what I was hearing was screaming. I listened for a second, thinking it was somebody screwing around, but then the woman's voice screamed, "No, stop, you're hurting me, you're killing me," and an adult male voice yelling something I couldn't make out. There was a dog barking from the same direction, as well as a repeated thudding noise. I immediately dialed 911 and told the police. They could even hear the screaming in the background. They said they'd send an officer to drive by, but an hour passed and none came. I watched for them on my security cameras. The screaming was coming from directly where the camera is pointed, but more than 50 feet away across a narrow field. There is a small shack that has a couple of cars, usually parked at the road just on the other side of the field. It is bothering me a lot, since I'm 41 years old and I've never heard anything so disturbing in real life. The OP also attached a Dropbox link containing 2 clips from his security cameras.
Choose a mission out of 3. Alright, so we're gonna get on to the mission, and then we gotta use Aqua And then after that, we're
Second
gonna
clip
see.
came from a backyard camera pointed toward the narrow field and the small shack beyond it.
What's the best mission you can get? Is it high roller?
The outdoor AC unit.
It's
It captures
repeatedly
the
high
scene for
rollery.
several minutes without stopping. Since the OP lived in a rural area, some of the first comments suggested the sounds could have come from a wild animal, especially a fox, since foxes are known for screams that can sound disturbingly human. But the OP rejected that idea immediately. Well, I've never heard a fox screaming, "Stop it, you're killing me," and the man's voice screaming would have been awfully deep for a fox. Some users tried finding less disturbing explanations.
Come on,
One user
wave
suggested
3.
the screams could have come from a TV
Bro,
playing
you
horror.
learned something
I
new
really
every
want to
day,
get a
bro. I did
mythic
not know
today, though.
foxes
Like,
can
I
do
really want a
fucking
mythic today.
Creepy. It could possibly be from a movie or, I don't know, any
But then
chance
I
something
keep
could be
thinking
filmed in
foxes
the
and coyotes ain't the same.
area, so like this was acting. Another person even named the specific film they thought was playing. But when you factor in the dog barking and the repeated thuds coming from the same direction,
Nigga, you know you wrong for that. You said
situation
foxes screaming after they
felt a lot more like someone was being heard in the background. Eventually, most commenters arrived at the same unsettling conclusion. Whatever the OP recorded was most likely a domestic violence situation happening somewhere inside or around that shack, which is exactly what made the police response feel so disturbing. According to the OP, the dispatcher could hear the screaming during the call, and yet no officer came by that night. Even when he followed up the next morning, the property still wasn't checked.
Again, increase the boost poses of your next boom by
Unsurprisingly, this didn't sit right with the commenters. A lot of them began speculating that the police may have already known more about the property or the people living there than they were letting on.
Equilibrium. I've been told a lot about that,
Family member
and it's really good. I've been told.
Which at the time seemed like the most disturbing theory. And with the OP now explicitly warned by police not to investigate the property himself, the thread slowly went quiet for several weeks. Until September 7th.
Okay, here's what's gonna happen. We're gonna put Aqua right now, and then we're gonna do the rerolls.
There are sheriff's cars all over the place, and cops in gloves walking in and out of this garage, and one cop throwing up in the front yard. The update heavily implied that something horrific had finally been discovered at the property after all, but it still didn't explain exactly what had happened. And without another follow-up, the thread once again fell back into uncertainty. Unfortunately, 5 months later, that uncertainty ended in the worst possible way. On February 7th, 2022, OP finally returned to the subreddit with a follow-up post. I posted last year about coming home and hearing a female voice screaming for her life. I posted a video with the audio of the scream and got plenty of comments. About 2 months later, the house it was coming from had sheriff's cars all around it. I found out that an elderly man had taken his life via gunshot and that his son was the only person home and the person who reported that his father had taken his life. Fast forward to last week, I was sitting at home watching YouTube when I heard gunshots.
Please give me a rainbow, 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 rainbow.
The sound of that son murdering his mother. He was trying to claim self-defense,
No.
but he's being charged with murder. I live next door, and my security cameras caught the audio of the murder. It also captures the vehicle the son made his getaway in. I've had detectives in and out gathering video footage for the past week. His son was 40-year-old Tim Johnson II, according to reports, on the night of January 29th.
Why is he sleeping on camera?
Tim contacted the Claremont County Sheriff's Office and told them that his mother, 61-year-old Stephanie Cheney, had taken her life. But when Highland County deputies arrived, the evidence at the scene didn't support that story. There were multiple bullet holes in the front of the house that appeared to have been fired from inside, with shell casings near Stephanie's body and a loaded firearm magazine sitting next to the coffee table in the living room. So when investigators questioned Tim under pressure, he confessed to murdering his mother, claiming he did it because he felt threatened by her for always carrying a pistol in her purse. Tim was arrested and later sentenced to 15 years to life. But knowing all of this now places the original Reddit post in a much darker light. The woman screaming, "You're hurting me, you're killing me," that night in July 2021 was almost certainly Stephanie Cheney. And the man whose voice the OP couldn't quite make out was most likely her own son. Which means that recording may have captured only a small piece of a much larger and troubling pattern of violence inside that home. One that would eventually leave both parents dead within 6 months of each other. And when you factor in that Tim later tried to stage his mother's murder as self-inflicted, it becomes harder to ignore the possibilities surrounding his father's death months earlier, which had also been ruled as self-inflicted at the time. Even OP himself pointed this out in his follow-up update. This is a family annihilator. They are now looking at him for the murder of his father as well. But the most tragic part is how preventable all of this looks in hindsight. If local police had taken OP's reports seriously and responded properly, lives may have been saved.
Y'all think about that. That's
on
some
May
sad
25th,
shit.
2021, this image was posted by Anxious Phase 4140 in the subreddit Morbid Reality. The image shows a woman crouched beneath the roof edge, pressing herself as far into the corner as she can with a phone held to her ear. And just behind her, climbing over the other side of the roof, is a man. The title of the post explained the context. This terrifying photo reveals the moment a woman climbed onto her roof to hide from home intruder, only for him to appear behind her.
What?
The reactions in the comments were exactly
Oh, no.
But the more people looked at the image, the more unsettling the situation became. Because burglars usually avoid confrontation. If someone inside the house notices them and starts running, the logical move is to take the opportunity to escape before police arrive. Yet, this man made a conscious decision to follow her, something one of the top comments on the Reddit thread pointed to. If someone breaking into your house is this determined, they're not just there for your possessions. And
Facts,
that
though.
suspicion only got worse when several users zoomed in on the man's right hand, where he appeared to be holding something that looked like a knife. The image wasn't clear enough to confirm what it was. But when people eventually tracked down the full story behind the photo, the details turned out to be just as disturbing as everyone feared. The incident happened in September of 2014 in Venice, Los Angeles, and the woman in the image was identified as actress Melora Rivera. Melora had been home alone and asleep when the break-in started. According to reports, she woke up after the intruder shattered part of her front door and reached through the opening to unlock it from the inside.
Once I saw him in the house, I knew that we both couldn't be there. I knew that I didn't want to have a confrontation with him of any sort, you know, not knowing what his intention was.
The moment she realized someone was inside the house, Melora grabbed their phone and climbed out of the second-story window, hiding herself beneath the edge of the roof to call 911. But while she was still on the phone with the dispatcher, the intruder followed her out through the same window. At that point, Melora was trapped. The drop from the roof was over 20 feet, which was far too high to jump without risking serious injury.
Yeah,
So
no
Melora refused to
rainbow
stay
for
completely
me.
still and hoped that the intruder wouldn't come around to her side before the police
Shit.
arrived. Fortunately, officers arrived within 2 minutes and were eventually able to talk the man into surrendering on the roof, while firefighters brought Melora down safely using a ladder. The intruder was identified as 29-year-old Christian Hicks, and the people who knew the name
Charged out, man. This nigga snuck on her. This nigga ain't used chapstick no more than 2 times in his life, man.
neighborhood immediately recognized him as a homeless man who was often seen in the area. When investigators pulled his record, it became clear that this wasn't his first violent encounter with the law. He had 2 prior convictions, one in 2008 for carrying a loaded, unregistered handgun, and another in 2011 for inflicting injury on a spouse or partner. But even with that history, it still didn't answer why he had chosen Melora's house specifically. There was nothing suggesting he had any personal connection to her before that morning. The only clue for why he ended up at her house came
He was
from what
bored?
happened earlier that morning. According to reports, Christian had already been detained that same morning.
And reward sacrifice.
Witnesses later said they had seen him acting erratically in the neighborhood even before Melora's encounter. But when the police detained him, the caller refused to identify him in person, and officers were legally forced to release him. Looking at both incidents side by side, several reports described Christian as mentally ill and behaving unpredictably in the hours leading up to the break-in, which means that Melora was likely never the actual target. By the time Christian reached her house, he was already drifting through the neighborhood in a paranoid and unstable state without any clear destination or reason. Melora may have simply been the unlucky person whose home he entered once that spiral reached its worst point. And once he got inside, whatever state he was in pushed him to keep following her, even after she climbed onto the roof trying to escape. Fortunately, though, she made it off that roof.
Bro, I need rainbow, and then I can start grinding some boons there.
That morning could have become if police hadn't arrived in time.
Real. Sheesh, man. Yo, some creepy stories in here, man. Once again, man, there's a lot of real weirdos out there, man.
Alright guys, episode 4 has finally landed, and if you've been riding with this channel since the beginning, you already know what this moment means. We've been piecing this together video by video with every Easter egg and every theory, but that was all leading us to here. Because episodes 1 through 3 gave us everything a great story needs. Drake's team successfully built the world and brought us into it. We met the Iceman character, we eventually saw that he did have some allies, but we soon met the villains who were chasing him and conspiring against them in the shadows. The bag was introduced as this major plot device in the story because it was obvious that everything revolved around it. We watched as our main character faced difficult situations and they built a sense of danger around him, but also he seemed to be several steps ahead. We saw him meet with secret characters, some that provided him with information, and some that seemed to unlock a character transformation for him. We also got some serious hints that someone powerful, someone higher up, might have been on his side the whole time. However, the story hit a major cliffhanger when we watched him get pushed to his absolute limit. He surrenders and everything that he was holding on to was taken from him. We reached a moment in the story where it felt like everything was over. And for a while, Drake's team fooled a lot of people, but many of us knew that there had to be more to the story, and we were right because episode 4 is the resolution. In today's breakdown, we finally see that the Iceman and Pinocchio character arc does come to a close, but it doesn't happen in just one video. It closes across multiple videos in the episode 4 stream. This is the most difficult breakdown that I've ever done on this channel, by far. But before I can go any further, I need to talk about today's sponsor, ZocDoc. One thing I've realized as I've gotten older is it's way too easy to put things off, not just things like working on projects or mowing the lawn, but your health too. I feel like most of us have had that thing we've been meaning to get checked out for weeks, maybe months, but we keep telling ourselves we'll deal with it later. One of the things that
This
I've been
time I just
terrible with in the past is
do
renewing my
these.
meds when the prescription runs out. Then when I've tried to fulfill it last minute, it can take over a week to even get an appointment with my doctor just for them to write a new script. And there's been times when I've went days without my meds, which is really not good. That's where ZocDoc comes in. ZocDoc is a free website that helps you find and book appointments with doctors near you. You can search through more than 150,000
Judge, I don't
providers
know. This
across
entire run is
200
just
plus
cooked anyway. Like
specialties, filter
nothing
by
I do
insurance,
this run would
read
say this run.
reviews from real patients, compare
How I
doctor
self-cooked it,
profiles,
kinda,
and
yeah.
see
But
actual appointment openings
since
before
I
you
know
book.
really,
What I like most about this is you can do it all online. There's no waiting on hold, no back and forth phone calls. You can literally see available appointments and book one
like
instantly.
this is a
And in many
determining
cases,
factor.
appointments are
If
available
this
within 24 to
Crimson
72
Beacon
hours,
is goated,
sometimes even that
we're
same
doing the
day.
run.
And the reason I bring this up
Just
is I
straight like
know
that.
how easy it is to put things off that are actually really important. I am definitely a habitual procrastinator when it comes to things like this, and ZocDoc really does make it easy. So if there's an appointment you've been putting off, or maybe you're even trying to find a new doctor or find a doctor at all, you don't have to wait anymore because you do have ZocDoc. I know it seems like a really small step, but simply clicking the link in the description
What
is
just
a
happened?
huge step towards prioritizing your health.
What just
Taking
happened to
care
my
of your
game?
health just
What?
got easier. Head to ZocDoc.com/thedirt. That's ZocDoc.com/thedirt to get started and finally check that appointment off your to-do list. Thank you, ZocDoc, for sponsoring today's video and for helping us all take better care of our health. The episode opens with a familiar vehicle tied directly to the storyline, the Iceman truck from episode 1, and it was in that episode where Drake used very old footage of himself moving through the city, reflecting on where he came from. Now in episode 4, he brings that imagery back full circle. We see him arriving back in Toronto, and throughout this rollout, the idea of reconnecting with who he was before he signed his deal seems to be a recurring theme. And you'll see this continue in this episode and on the album. As we move through this intro, the stream slowly starts to reveal more of Toronto's downtown core. We see familiar landmarks and logos like the Blue Jays and the Rogers Center, but nothing stands out more than the CN Tower, which is a true national treasure. At this point in the stream, the tower isn't glowing with any particular color. It actually looks very lifeless, and this is a rare occurrence that only seems to happen when a fallen soldier comes home, or sometimes they'll dim the tower during a tragic event. Now this is really important because this symbolism truly connects with the storyline that Drake is telling later, but you'll also notice the CN Tower itself becomes one of the central and most important filming locations in this entire Iceman project. They're doing this for the city and the people from the city. The first song we hear in this opening portion of the video ends up being the intro track on the Iceman album, Make Them Cry, and pairing these visuals of the city with this record honestly couldn't have made more sense because the entire song feels deeply Toronto coded. It's a very personal track that feels rooted in Drake's identity. He talks about his family, the city, his friends, his enemies, and honestly, every time I listen to this track, I still get goosebumps, and you can even see the first time I heard it, I even got a little emotional on stream because Drake does a really great job of pulling the listener directly into his life and his perspective. Next, we get one of the most beautiful shots in the entire episode. The CN Tower suddenly lights up in blue and begins to gradually freeze, almost like the entire city is being pulled into the Iceman era in real time. Drake's company Dream Crew, led by Matt Babel, clearly wanted to do something special for the city, and the timing makes it even more meaningful because this year marks the CN Tower's 50th anniversary. The tower is the most recognizable symbol of Toronto, and Drake has tied himself to it for years. He used it in the Headlines video, he famously used it on the cover of Views, and during OVO Fest in 2017, he even built a replica version of the tower as part of the stage design. So seeing it become a major visual centerpiece in Iceman is definitely a really dope moment for the city.
We have never seen it lit up like this. Only Drake could pull something like this off.
To pull off the stunt, they brought in a man named Anil Mobert and his company Studio AM. Now, for people who aren't familiar with the CN Tower, it does already have some lights built into it, but it's just a small vertical strip running up the center of the structure, and then obviously the circular top section lights up as well. But what you're seeing here in Iceman is way beyond the tower's normal presentation. In order to make this happen, they used 75 projectors, and each one was valued at $200,000 each, and the entire process was incredibly difficult to pull off. What you're looking at here is a real-time 3D animation being projection mapped directly onto the tower itself. It's not CGI added after the fact. It was physically happening live on the structure in real time. You'll also notice that a particular shot that Drake's team chooses to focus on was specifically framed with the colors blue, green, and red, and at this point I'm sure everyone knows just how important these colors have been as it pertains to the rollout, and by the end of this stream we see what those colors meant. This cost $15 million for just the tower, just that one stunt. When the intro track of Make Them Cry finishes, the scene switches and the episode opens up with a
you're just borrowing this stuff.
DJ Academics.
I've been waiting for 2 whole years for this album.
And honestly, I couldn't have been happier to see this happen, and you can even see my excitement in real time on the stream, because not only is Ak my friend, but he truly deserves this moment more than anyone else. For years now, he's been Drake's loudest and most loyal supporter, but something that people have held over his head is the fact that he had never met Drake in person. Even if you don't like Ak, I think you could admit that this was pretty dope and that the guy deserves it. We see Academics placed inside a vintage radio set, and that alone feels symbolic. Radio is part of the old industry. It's the world that Ak openly admitted he wanted to be accepted by, but they would never embrace him. But instead of waiting for those people to let him in, he just built his own thing. Academics started posting content to YouTube in 2012, and that decision changed the landscape of hip-hop media forever. He didn't come through traditional radio, he didn't come through a major network, he built his own platform and became impossible to ignore.
Yeah, the run goes fried, I'm not gonna lie. The run goes fully fried. It's whatever, bro.
Is one of the clearest symbols
Like, it could be
just
way
that.
worse.
I think Drake probably sees that in Ak, and that's what he really respects about him. As far as the visuals, we do see some old mixers. There is a Hennessy bottle in the set, which is a staple when it comes to Ak. We also have the red Lebanese logo on the wall. This company was heavily involved with the Plot Twist account, all the Iceman streams, and the zine that we got from Drake, which is also included in the set. By the way, I'm still doing a zine breakdown. I got like 12,000 words wrote for it. It's pretty close. In the segment, Academics is saying something we've heard from him many times before. He's talking about how Drake has frozen the industry out, and in a lot of ways, he did. Drake basically stopped doing features and stopped playing the role that he had been playing for his entire career. I see people try to argue this, but the data is more than clear. The guy simply stopped doing favors for the label, and it's very blatant. And that is Iceman, because when he did that for the label, and it's very blatant. And that is Iceman, because when he did that, he literally changed the weather. Like, you know, people noticed. Once the segment from Ak ends, we see some beautiful drone shots of the city at night, and I wanted to make sure to highlight things like this because whoever captured this footage really did some outstanding work. We then hear the song Dust, which is the second track on the album, and it fits so perfect with the visuals, it's almost like the song was made for this moment. We see a line of women, all different nationalities, different backgrounds, standing together, waiting for
If we try again, I mean, I want a good run with good shit.
Of it, and really it's
Good
with this
start.
single shot
You got a
where
pink,
you see
good.
exactly what it means to be Canadian, and especially from a city like Toronto. What you see here is the reality of our culture, and we're proud of it. You know, I feel like most of us grew up with the understanding that, yeah, this place was built by a lot of people that didn't come from here, but they built something really dope, and we're proud of it. The line of women makes total sense because at the beginning of the track Dust, Drake is specifically talking to the ladies. He even mentions his previous album, Some Sexy Songs for You, acknowledging super early into the album that he hasn't forgotten about the women, but with Iceman he is on a whole other mission. This album isn't structured at all like a typical Drake project because it's literally all rap, and a large portion of the project the guy's just rapping his ass off. The track then completely changes tone. When the beat drops, we get a much more dark
Facts.
and sinister energy. Then we see comedian Shane Gillis in the back of a police car, but he's not driving. He's a police officer waking up in the back seat while Drake's son Adonis and his friend are in the front controlling the wheel. Shane tells them to pull over, but the kids completely ignore him. This is a TPS Toronto Police Service car, something you've probably heard Drake reference in his music before. A few visual details stand out. The license plate reads HACC 717, which was a request from Shane Gillis as it stands for Harrisburg Area Community College and the 717 area code in Pennsylvania where he's from. They even changed the Ford emblem on the front and modified it to read Phil, which is Shane's father's name. Another detail I couldn't help but notice was the police car was numbered 2732, and this is actually direct from the Jewish Torah, and it means fear, anxiety, or trembling. The other thing that this video definitely focuses on is the colors of red and blue, which is not only something linked to the Iceman rollout itself, but you'll see these colors show up constantly throughout this episode 4 stream. These colors show up a lot. In the scene, the kids disobey Shane and go on a reckless drive through the city, and the whole video fits so perfectly with the track because it carries this aggressive, cold theme. However, casting Shane Gillis specifically is really interesting simply because he alluded to Drake liking younger girls back in 2019. This was a clip that went extremely viral during the battle with Kendrick in 2024 due to the nature of the angles that Kendrick took. Something that didn't go viral was the fact that Shane shortly after denied it and said he didn't mean it. With that said, you'll soon see that by using Shane Gillis in this scenario, it flips the claims on its head.
Yeah,
First of all,
obviously.
Shane is a police officer with 2 younger boys, one of them being Drake's son, and that's already ironic, but really it's what Shane says at the end of the video that's really creative and interesting.
Those kids were awesome. I want to hang out with those kids. It's kind of weird. Fuck. The cameras are on.
So Shane basically says he feels like the kids are cool, even cool enough to hang out with, but then immediately catches himself because he realizes how weird that sounds coming from a grown man. You could see the panic set in once he remembers that everything is being filmed. Symbolically, this speaks to the reality of modern internet culture, where a single clip moment can completely override any sort of context. If that clip of Shane surfaced online by itself, people could easily twist it into something weird or creepy. It's really a commentary on just how fragile public image has become in this social media era. One awkward sentence or one photograph or poorly phrased joke, and suddenly the internet can build an entirely different narrative around you.
Facts.
Then at the end, Shane says this.
So I was in on this. They didn't trick me. I was doing a favor for Drake. Me and him are friends.
And what Shane says here is really just another layer, because if he actually believed any of those things about Drake, he definitely wouldn't be participating in any of this. Shane is just a comedian who said something he didn't mean, and he also turns out to be a massive fan of Drake. He's a big fan of Drake. His fandom is well documented. I heard that Shane spent over 14 hours on set that day and that his energy was overwhelmingly positive. And honestly, multiple people told me that Shane is a really good guy. But there is another layer that fits the storyline itself. Drake's son Adonis is one of the purest representations of Drake. They share the same DNA, so the whole scene could really be a greater metaphor for going against authority, directly disobeying the rules of a power structure, then running off free and getting away. In fact, it puts Adonis in the driver's seat with full control of the situation, whereas the entity who usually has the power is completely powerless, which sounds familiar when you look at Drake and what he's going through with his label. The scene then switches to a 1934 animated film called Jack Frost. In this film, all the
Backup
animals of the
be
kingdom are happy
added
and
at a
content in
time.
the fall weather. However, they also know that winter is coming and they need to prepare and take shelter. All the animals are afraid of the winter
Alright.
except for this
That's a
one stubborn
that's
grizzly
a good
bear.
chest right
The
there.
bear is extremely ignorant to the danger and power of Mother Nature and feels like he's strong enough to withstand it.
So I ran the red beacon. Good.
The bear is basically saying, like, what do I have to worry about? I'm a grizzly bear, right? So the bear is completely unbothered. He believes he's too powerful to be affected by anything nature throws at him. Winter isn't a threat, at least not in his mind. But then Old Man Winter arrives. And with that, the temperature drops, the forest freezes over, and suddenly the bear realizes he grossly miscalculated. Desperate, he hides inside a hollow log, only for Old Man Winter to seal the entrance shut with
Aqua
icicles,
beacon,
trapping the bear
yellow
inside a
beacon,
frozen prison. Symbolically, it seems to mirror the dynamic between Drake and UMG. The grizzly bear represents the
I'll take
major
this
label
boon.
system itself, especially UMG. Grizzly bears sit at the top of the food chain. They have virtually no natural predators. They dominate their environment through their size and power. That's exactly how major labels have operated for decades. They've historically controlled the industry, dictated the rules, and faced little real resistance from the artists. The system has always been designed in the label's favor, and Drake had plenty of references to this in the Iceman zine that he released. And just think about it, when the battle with Kendrick was allegedly finessed, UMG likely approached it with the confidence of being untouchable. Just like the bear, they really didn't fear any consequences. But Drake, the Iceman, changes the weather, and in this interpretation, Drake becomes Old Man Winter because he's a force capable of changing the entire environment around him, a force the bear or UMG never properly accounted for. That's what makes the imagery interesting. The bear is defeated because the conditions around him
Red.
shift
Okay,
beyond his
pink.
control. Another Easter egg with this
Where's
cartoon
pink?
is
Where's
the
pink?
fact
Where's
that
pink?
the bear could be a representation of Kendrick Lamar, given the fact that the state flag for California does have a bear on it, and it's not just any bear, it's specifically the California grizzly bear, which ironically is extinct or dead due to the fact that humans killed them all. We even see a pumpkin character in this scene which represents Drake's October's very own, but it morphs into a snowman signifying the Iceman era. With the Jack Frost cartoon, there is another layer here that makes it even more interesting. The cartoon was animated by a man named Oob Iwerks, one of the most
But
important figures
he
in
really went
animation
all
history,
in
and a man widely credited with helping to create
like
Mickey Mouse
this into making
alongside
this.
Walt Disney.
This
However,
is crazy.
Iwerks eventually became deeply resentful of Disney because he felt his contributions to Mickey Mouse and to the company's overall success were constantly being overlooked while Walt received all the credit. There's even a famous story where a child asked Walt Disney to draw him a Mickey Mouse on a napkin, and Walt handed the pen to Iwerks and said, "Why don't you draw Mickey and I'll sign it for them?" And supposedly Iwerks snapped and said, "Draw your own Mickey," before storming off. He storms off and he quits. He leaves Disney. He starts his own studio independently. And Jack Frost was one of those films that he created independently after separating from the machine that helped make him famous. That alone already parallels a major theme surrounding Drake and the music industry, the idea of an artist realizing value
Beacon rerolls.
inside a
We need more.
system that
We need more. We
profits
need so many more.
massively from their creativity while not fully respecting their contribution. A creator who helped build an empire, eventually reaching a breaking point with the people above him, just like Michael Jackson, Prince, and Drake. But then there's one more layer here that makes the symbolism even crazier. Jack Frost was produced using a color process called Cincolor, an early animation technology that heavily relied on three primary tones: blue, green, and red, the same colors that Drake has used over and over again throughout the Iceman era. It really is a crazy layer tying back to the red, blue, green theme. In episode 4, Drake's team is showcasing the exact portion of the cartoon where Old Man Winter comes and freezes everything over.
There we
However,
go.
when they zoom out, we see some familiar characters.
Here we go, here we go, here we go,
Pinocchios
here
are
we go.
back, but they're like extremely creepy looking.
What's the loot
The
looking like?
first thing to take notice of is the barred windows, making the entire set look like a prison cell. However, if you look close
Okay,
enough,
need an
you can see
orange.
that these are just window blinds that have been positioned to resemble an actual jail.
Railway
The jail
furnace.
bar's
That is
visual
easy.
is meant to symbolize that the
Is this
Pinocchios
gonna
are
be the last
trapped
loot
with
room
the
for today?
plan that they
Maybe.
are orchestrating. We see them staring at the
I've
Jack
got
Frost
nothing to do.
cartoon,
That's kind of
which is a
underwhelming.
symbol for Drake, aka the Iceman. They are quite literally watching Drake dominate and fully aware of his power, but still going through with their plan. On one hand, they look like they're ready for war, as they have guns ready and are clearly on high alert, but you can see that the blinds are even disturbed on one of the windows, indicating that they are nervous and actively checking to see if someone is coming. They're hiding out, they're doing a bunch of shady, illegal shit. This entire segment is 100% meant to symbolize a hideout for their corruption. You can even see that there are a bunch of flight cases scattered throughout the room, indicating that these guys are basically on the run. While all this is going on, the track that we hear in the background turns out to be track
Holy
3,
smokes.
Whisper My Name, and again, Drake's team did an excellent job of pairing the visuals with the lyrics, because Drake opens up the track by saying this.
Ash to ashes, dust to dust, the dustiest niggas been fucking with us.
So Drake starts off with this specific line, and he's essentially describing the Pinocchios, more specifically Lucien Grange, as he even had an image inside of his zine of when he high-fived Dr. Dre at the Grammys, where the words applied to his head is "Remember you are dust." Now Drake starts off the Whisper My Name track with a line that is describing this exact picture verbatim.
Ash to ashes, dust to dust, the dustiest niggas been fucking with us.
I even noticed that one of the Pinocchios is breathing pretty heavy, which adds to the anxiety in the room. The camera deliberately chooses to focus on this particular Pinocchio for a reason. You'll notice that the Pinocchio has blue eyes, which makes it stand out from the mask itself. What's really interesting is how the Pinocchio character evolved over the last 3 episodes. In episode 2, we had a more polished, cartoonish, plastic version chasing Drake around Manchester, and I always read into that character as symbolizing an artist like Kendrick, a true puppet in every sense. But by episode 3, we saw 4 Pinocchios wearing these homemade costumes with very distinct bow ties, all planning something in a meeting, which to me clearly represented industry executives, and I dropped the names of the people who I thought they were in that breakdown. But in episode 4, they evolve again. The Pinocchios
Right,
now
now
have this cinematic
this has
horror
to be the
style
one where I can
appearance,
actually
and they're
hit big.
deliberately designed to be human. In fact, the company that was commissioned to make these masks specialize in horror type art. We start noticing details like human hands, ears, hair, and eyes, so for the first time, Drake's team is giving real human characteristics to a fictional cartoon figure. Their long noses symbolize deception and lies in every sense of the word, and some of these Pinocchios have very distinct features that act as intentional clues. They plant these little tiny characteristics on these Pinocchios that definitely act as clues. With that said, we can't go any further without revisiting episode 3, because
This is
Drake's
impressive.
team is continuing the story in a linear way. These episodes are absolutely connected and continuing along with the storyline. In episode 3, Drake meets with a woman, and you'll soon realize that a woman also becomes a major connection point in episode 4. The woman acts as a key piece of the puzzle. After speaking with her, Drake receives a specific piece of information, and immediately afterward, he changes into an all-white outfit, something we also see him do in episode 4. But the most important visual involving this woman comes when she pulls out a Pinocchio snow globe and begins winding it up. Symbolically, this is a clear metaphor for a woman controlling or playing one of the Pinocchios behind the scenes. There's also the fact that Drake's team put a lot of focus on the Mother Abu statue in Italy, which is a statue that represents a powerful woman pulling the strings behind the scenes. The statue is basically a symbol of who you think is in charge might not be that person at all. Now, it was in my previous breakdown where I didn't give this woman a name, but as time progressed, I feel way more comfortable with naming her. You'll notice she's wearing the merch from a rapper, and that person is Lil Yachty, as these are Concrete Boy's pants. You'll also notice that when she sits down, she starts watching old home videos of Drake, almost like she's reminiscing on old times. Something very specific about those videos is if you look, Drake is wearing an October's very own hoodie. I think the woman is Sophia Richie, aka Sophia Grange. Not only did Drake's team cast a Sophia look-alike woman for this character, but Sophia has a past of modeling rapper merch, specifically the merch that Drake is wearing in the video that she's watching, October's very own. In fact, Drake featured multiple photos of Sophia on his Plot Twist account, which was an account that surfaced directly after the battle. Then to add an even deeper layer, the Plot Twist account only follows
What?
2 people, and Sophia Grange is one of them. You'll even see that she's drinking red wine and more specifically smoking a cigarette, something that Sophia had made headlines for being caught doing multiple times. As you guys know, Sophia is married to Elliot Grange, which is Lucien Grange's son. She's now part of that family. But what's even more interesting is the fact that the video that she's watching from Drake features his track called Stuck. Sophia is the daughter of Lionel Richie, who has the smash hit Stuck on You.
Oh my
What's
god.
even more interesting is Lionel performed this exact record at Sophia and Elliot's wedding for their first dance. So one song has the lyrics Stuck on You, the other has the lyrics Stuck with You. So look, at this point there are just way too many clues pointing to this character representing Sophia Grange. So the question is, why is she winding up and playing one of the Pinocchios, all while Drake specifically posted her in an account called Plot Twist? It's interesting, very interesting. From there, we saw Drake in his new
Wow.
costume going through a contract negotiation, but understanding that if he doesn't renew or agree to UMG's terms, that they'll likely do him dirty. He's recouped on his $400 million contract incredibly fast, and I believe that leverage allowed for him to ask UMG for way more than they ever expected, most likely ownership of his catalog, plus a number that made them extremely angry. Whatever it was that Drake asked them for, I think they thought it was like preposterous, right? Like they were offended by it. You can even see the man Drake is negotiating with asking him to hand over the bag, which symbolizes ownership, independence, and his music. But before all those powerful investors and industry figures emerge,
Mm-hmm.
Drake looks up at a man dressed entirely in black who's standing above everyone else. At the time when I caught this detail, I initially thought that Drake might have someone powerful on the inside feeding him information from the top. But as things have evolved, I think he could represent something completely different. I think this guy might actually represent a private equity billionaire or some kind of outside business force that Drake partners with to finesse the entire situation. He's the only character dressed in all black, which makes him feel separate from everyone else, almost like a shadow figure or a power move that Drake had sitting in his back pocket the
Damn,
entire
I just
time.
died like
This
that.
guy could represent a huge part of Drake's next business move. When we get back to episode 4, a hidden detail I also noticed was this Bud Light beer case on the floor, and this will be really important for an upcoming clue. You'll also notice that once again, Drake's team is deliberately pairing specific lyrics to match perfectly with the visuals.
My white label had to go white label shit when he stepped out his body and finally got hot.
So Drake is referring to how Kendrick Lamar's diss tracks were allegedly white labeled to help reactors avoid copyright claims. And it was the first time in UMG's history that this sort of practice had happened for an artist, and it happened during an extremely suspicious time. White labeling is a very key part of Drake's lawsuit against the label, so pairing that allegation with this visual gives viewers even more insight into who these masked characters are and what they represent. And I'll say it again, UMG in the history of their company had never whitelisted for anyone before until this moment. Another major thing to take note of here is you'll also notice that Drake applies a very interesting line and transition into one specific Pinocchio.
Oh, I almost ran out of time. I thought the run was over.
So right after Drake
Actually,
talks
almost
about his
was.
white label doing him dirty, aka his Caucasian label, he claims that he's been handed the tools to pick a lock, followed by the fact that he just so happens to be kissing a lot of white women. Basically, he's spelling it out for you right here in these bars. There's a white woman somewhere that gave him a key piece of information that he's been holding on to. This is exactly why I brought up Sophia Grange earlier, because in that scene, she metaphorically gives Drake a key to get into that hidden door, and this was so critical that it allowed him to go through a character transformation ahead of his negotiation.
Hand me the tools like I'm picking a lock. Me and white bitches been kissing a lot.
It's almost like he wrote the record with the visuals in mind, because it fits too good. The scene switches and we see 3 old televisions, and they act as a surveillance system for a streaming bot farm. For those who are unaware, basically thousands of mobile phones can be programmed to listen to songs, comment on socials, and manipulate things however they like. This is a major part of Drake's lawsuit against UMG. Kendrick had at least 100 million streams removed by Spotify during their bot purge. His track Luther with SZA also got hit really hard. We saw Drake's diss tracks in the battle on YouTube get bombarded with botted comments and dislikes, and Drake is 100% confident in these claims. There shouldn't be anyone in 2026 who hasn't come to terms with the fact that Kendrick used bots. Like, it's pretty obvious. It's obvious. We see 3 different shots of the bot farm, and not a single human being appears in any of the frames. This is deliberate, as it shows that physical human interaction wasn't required
did
at
I
all. These narratives
not
were created
get
and
through the
pushed
door,
entirely
but
through digital means. However, you can see
what?
that the TVs don't give the best connection, as they're flashing and full of static. This is a sign that the connection to the bots is being disrupted by something, or their plan is at great risk of being exposed. Somebody seems to be onto their plan. The surveillance shot is directly contrasted with one of the Pinocchios at a workstation actively equipping the phones. This visual is meant to symbolize someone on the inside setting up the
Hello?
bots in the
What's
battle.
going on here?
One man in particular is Kojo Osamaha, who worked with Interscope. He was one of the main people of interest in Drake's lawsuit against UMG, and someone they had great difficulty tracking down. The guy was basically on the run. Kojo was the man who had the connection to the guy that could run the bots. Kojo never ran the bots, right? But he allegedly knew the guy that could. He set it up. The next set of visuals really helps tie the entire scene together. We see a table with all the things required to assemble phones for a bot farm. We see wires, drills, cases, soldering equipment, and a bunch of mobile phones. We also see a set of older vintage headphones on the table, which I believe is a clear link to the fact that the music is being digitally manipulated. There's no reason for these headphones to even be on this table. They aren't required for building the bots at all, and the fact that they're older headphones is a stronger symbol of just how long this has been going on in the industry. Manipulation and corruption has basically been baked into the music industry since it started.
Yeah,
Long
fair.
before bots, labels have always used payola and even purchased their own cassettes, CDs, and albums in mass quantities to manipulate sales. Michael Jackson talked about a lot of these things, right? And keep in mind, the glove is on the cover. Next, we even see our working Pinocchio, who almost certainly represents Kojo, grab 5 phones from the table, and he passes by a mysterious man seated at a computer. But notice that this
Here's a
guy is
mission
not
out of
a
3.
Pinocchio. That's because this guy symbolizes an outside source. He's not part of the
I
plan
mean,
at all.
is this run
He's
even
just doing
savable?
what he's done for
I
so
didn't
many
get
other
lucky with
labels
my
and artists.
rainbow.
We see code and an interface running in real time because essentially he's running the bot farm. He's programming the phones with whatever he wants them to do or say. All this guy's really doing is executing what Kojo hired him to do, but it goes far beyond music because bots were heavily used on places like Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube comments during the battle. And once again, the visuals are fitting beautifully with the lyrics here.
Nowadays, y'all don't put in no work. Y'all just won't jump to the front of the line.
So it's here where Drake alludes to Kendrick not actually putting in the work to obtain the moment that he got. claiming he basically jumped the line because it was largely manufactured. And while Drake says all that, he's literally showing you on stream how it happened. Compared to what he was doing in 2017, yeah, Kendrick had gone cold. His music wasn't making waves like it used to. That's just the facts. The next visual shows a Pinocchio looking into a mirror, and the room itself is designed to resemble a prison. The Pinocchios don't actually have much in this space. Even
Radiant
shot with the
Hunter.
sofa and TV could
I need
easily
Echo
symbolize
Beacon.
a
Sure.
common TV area in a correctional facility. It's almost like Drake's team designed this to look like a prison and a hideout all at the same time. The mirror shot paired with the Pinocchio mask is honestly one of the strongest visuals in the entire episode, and it's pretty simple when you think about it. What does the Pinocchio see when it looks into the mirror? Well, it's not a powerful executive, and it's definitely not some untouchable industry figure. All he sees is a liar and a fraud, and Drake knows that. That's the whole point of the shot and really this entire segment. Think of it like this, right? Like the people who are watching this stream who did these things, they're basically watching a mirror. Like Drake's making them look in a mirror. They're watching their life, right? That's what he meant on Janice.
They say the truth will set you free. What mine is gonna stream while you watching HD.
Up next, we see one of the Pinocchios, and this is one of the most loaded visuals yet. We can see that he's seated and
I
he
didn't know
loads
it
a
went this
shotgun
deep. I'm gonna
with
be honest
5
with you, bro. This
rounds.
is crazy.
However, this time we do have a very distinct clue,
Oh, Drake, man.
and this is the Virginia for Lovers hat. Many people claim that this was directed at Pusha T or Pharrell, given the fact that they're both from Virginia. Pusha T's wife is also named Virginia, and Pharrell even had merch with this exact slogan on it. And while I won't count out that this could be a double or maybe even a triple entendre through visual imagery, I feel like Drake is telling a story here that's way over Pusha or Pharrell's heads. You really got to think about the setting that he's showing us and also what he's saying in the music. And when you do that, it's pretty clear that we are in a hideout where bots and corruption is taking place. I just don't see a world where Pharrell or Pusha T fits into this story and what's being told. I just don't. What I believe this specific scene is pointing to is how they tried to damage Drake's reputation through the Super Bowl halftime show. This
Yeah,
is Jesse
Piketty,
Collins, who works
Health
closely
Regen,
with
Health.
Jay-Z's Rock Nation, and he's the producer of the halftime show. The same halftime show that Drake specifically listed in the lawsuit against UMG.
I hate you like I'm young. You bet not ever go to cell block 1.
There was an audible gasp when it came, when we heard those first few notes.
Yeah, it was like, you know, I think it was something that, it was just a way Kendrick wanted to put it together.
You go, Rihanna, Kendrick. Can we even look forward to next year?
Listen, there's a guy up in a suite right now that's enjoying the game, and that's on him.
Jesse played one of the biggest roles that you could possibly play in the halftime show because he produced it. In fact, when Kendrick was picked for the Super Bowl in New Orleans, Jesse did an interview with Variety, and he talked about their reasons for selecting Kendrick. It was in that very interview where Jesse proudly said that he was from Virginia. What's even crazier is Jesse is also the person who produces the Emmys, another award show that had comedic jokes where they clown Drake with the battle.
If Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl halftime special wins, ooh, I'm really gonna hear it from Drake.
If the Super Bowl and Emmys was all bad enough, guess who also produced the Grammy Award show? Jesse Collins. He produced all 3 of those shows.
Not like us, Kendrick Lamar. What's up with it?
They even found a way to bring up the battle again at the Grammys in 2026.
I actually thought about writing a few jokes, roasting you, but then I remembered what you can do to light-skinned dudes from other countries. Yeah, me and my delegation are still recovering from the pain.
But I'm not even done because guess who produced the 2025 BET Hip Hop Awards? Jesse Collins. Same guy. I'm not lying.
What's up, LA? Come on.
And I'm still not done because guess who produced the iHeart Music Awards? Jesse Collins, exact same guy. And just so you know I'm not spinning my tires here, Jesse Collins was specifically named in Drake's lawsuit and targeted due to his role in orchestrating Kendrick Lamar's Super Bowl performance. Jay-Z really hired this guy back in 2020 to take care of every single Super Bowl halftime show. Jesse and Jay-Z are doing big business together. right? Massive. Keep in mind, all these award shows take place in Los Angeles, the same place where Kendrick grew up and came up.
What's up, LA? Come on.
Some of you
Sure.
might not think that matters, but you can't deny the politics that exist inside the entertainment industry. These events are not just award shows, they're like networking conventions. These
What
rooms
is
are
that
filled
thing?
with
Why does it
executives
shake
and
me?
producers, managers,
What does that
label
even mean?
people, media figures, and whether people want to admit it or not, behind the scenes relationships matter. Favors and access matters, and who you know matters. So when the same names in the same city with the exact same institution keep showing up over and over again, I don't think it's crazy to ask the question, is any of this organic at all, or is there something happening behind the curtain? But if you still don't believe me, there's another clue that points towards Jesse. Look at what's on the table. We see a handgun and some other unknown items, but what's clear is the Bud Light beer can. Remember, I already pointed out the Bud Light box. Now, if you look at the 2024 NFL season, Bud Light was the official beer sponsor as well as the official beer sponsor of the Super Bowl. And this is a major clue that 100% points towards Jesse Collins, Rock Nation, Jay-Z, and the Super Bowl. Another detail that stands out is the fact that his gloves are sitting on the table while he loads the shotgun with his bare hands. Usually when you commit a crime, gloves are used to conceal and hide your fingerprints.
Yeah.
But here the gloves are off. He's touching every bullet directly, so metaphorically, his fingerprints are all over this entire campaign. His involvement isn't hidden or accidental. The video is framing him as someone who had a direct hand in loading the weapon that was
That's a good
used
point.
against Drake's reputation, one event at a time. Look, Drake was up against some very powerful forces here, likely Rock Nation being one of them. Like, this was a lot bigger than Kendrick Lamar. Everything that happens inside this building represents the people involved being trapped inside their own plan. Kojo literally had a company called Nowhere to Hide LLC, and that's exactly what this building symbolizes. There's nowhere to run. They can't conceal the setup or the plan once it starts collapsing. That's what makes it so poetic. The name of Kojo's own company literally describes the condition of the people involved. That's exactly why the camera pans up from the Pinocchio loading the shotgun to show the window with the jail bars. What's even more crazy is Drake seemingly knew what these guys were planning long before the battle even started. He literally mentioned Kojo and his exact registered LLC on Family Matters.
Anthony set up the plays. Kojo be charging you double for none. There's nowhere to hide, there's nowhere to hide, you know what I mean.
He fucking called it. He knew, and I think he knows more. I think he knows way more. So at this point in the story, I believe Not Like Us hasn't actually dropped yet. What Drake is showing you is the hidden or invisible forces that went into the battle. The things completely outside of the actual music that had a major impact, but the audience couldn't see it. The hideout was the corruption that took place, and it was the backing for everything that was to follow. Next, we see two Pinocchios driving what appears to be a Ford vehicle, and outside of these two characters being in the shot, the most visible and standout item is the mustard colored glove.
Did so much
As I
damage,
said
by
previously, these Pinocchios are given
those are no
distinct little
jokes.
characteristics that often serve as clues. He's the only Pinocchio with that color glove. You can also see that the passenger
These
Pinocchio
guys are no
only
jokes.
has
Look at
one
them.
small dim light above him turned on. I believe these two characters represent DJ Mustard and Kendrick Lamar. Mustard was the producer
Get
behind Not
to
Like Us, and the reason why he's driving the vehicle is because a lot of people argue that the beat itself carried and drove that record. Then we have Kendrick Lamar finally getting that bit of
choose a
spotlight that he
boon.
had been chasing, and
I
to
want
be
the
fair,
boon.
this battle absolutely gave him a massive moment. But before that, if we're being honest, Kendrick's career had cooled off musically and commercially compared to the peak he reached with Damn in 2017. The facts are, Kendrick Lamar wasn't dominating the conversation in hip-hop from 2018 all the ways up to 2024 until the battle happened. Only then did he get the spotlight on him in a way that it never was before. That's why the lighting choice feels important, because at the Super Bowl,
I
Kendrick
don't
was
know.
literally
I
placed
keep
under a
going
spotlight
I
And
keep
in
trying
one
to go
part
for
of
the
his
same
performance,
200
he was standing
loot
beneath a
run, but I
single
guess it's just
streetlight,
not gonna happen.
just like the visual in this vehicle.
Like, I don't know,
So those
bro.
are some more clues that point to it being them in the car. The next shot takes us to the back seat of the car, where we see two more Pinocchios holding the same loaded shotgun alongside a very familiar
I guess it's
object,
just not
the
possible.
camouflage bag. This bag was first introduced in episode 2 before becoming an even bigger focal point in episode 3. What this entire vehicle is showing us right now is the battle playing out in real time. The hideout was where
Or
all
they're
the
just
corruption and behind the
purples, bro.
scenes things went down to make sure everything was successful, but now the plan is officially being
Let's
put in
just do
motion.
a
They
rotation
are
of
on the
purples.
road, literally driving this thing forward. This is not like us, the Grammys, the Super Bowl, all happening in this vehicle. One important detail is that we never actually see the faces of the two Pinocchios sitting in the back. That's likely intentional because they represent executives and on-scene power players. They were never publicly visible during the battle itself, but they've been backseat drivers the entire time. The shotgun represents the overwhelming level of support, power, and backup that Kendrick had throughout the battle. Basically, he had a lot of backing for everything that took place. The guy was armed with a lot of backup, a lot. But the most important visual detail is the placement of the bag. It sits directly in the center of all four Pinocchios because the entire motive behind everything traces back to this bag. This is the entire point. The bag is the center of attention. They want to lower Drake's value, control his leverage, and keep him locked in. Everything is about the bag, and that's what makes Kendrick an even bigger puppet in the larger picture. He's actually pretty insignificant in the grand scheme of things because the main driving force for this whole thing is the bag and the mission to devalue Drake. It's crazy he just beat MJ's record because he talked about all those same things, which is why it's like a deeper meaning to have that glove on the cover. However, next we see a slow transition into a flock of vultures flying overhead, and I'm almost certain these are turkey vultures. At first I assumed that these were owls in relation to Drake and his team, but my brother pointed out that the birds looked a lot more like vultures, and then we were able to match them perfectly with the turkey vulture. You could see them gliding and circling, which is exactly what they do when they're searching for food. What's interesting about vultures is they don't actually kill anything themselves. They're just scavengers. They feed on animals that are already dead or dying.
Oh.
Symbolically, vultures have been used in film, books, and art for decades as a sign that death is coming or that a person's fate has already been decided. And I feel like what Drake's team did with this may have been inspired by Sinners. There's a scene in Sinners where a vampire manages to get inside a family's home. From the outside, everything still appears normal, and we never actually see anyone die, but then vultures begin circling above the house, and they eventually land on the roof. The birds become the audience's first clue that something terrible has already happened inside. Before the movie ever reveals the bodies, nature itself
Yeah, I mean,
is
I could just
already
purple
telling
run,
us
like,
that
I
the
don't know.
house is lost. This appears to be the exact same language that Drake's team is using to a T. We saw the Pinocchios drive away believing that they won, but the
But
moment
the
that
time that
these
purple
vultures
running is
appeared,
just
that
not that
symbolism
fun.
changes everything because
I
the
want like a
birds are
crazy
telling us
setup
that something has
of
already
loot
gone
running.
wrong for them. However, the
Oops.
scene then switches to Drake standing in a graveyard dressed entirely in white at what appears to be a funeral. What makes this transition so fascinating is the way the vultures act as a visual bridge between the Pinocchios and Drake. The three shots are directly connected. We go from the Pinocchios driving away with the bag, to the vulture circling overhead, to Drake standing at a funeral, with each shot slowly fading into the next. The birds are telling us as the viewer that somebody died or someone's about to die. We just don't know who yet. Well, Drake's white outfit is very important. White at a funeral is usually associated with a rebirth, a resurrection, or some sort of personal transformation. Keep in mind, the Pinocchio's plan required Drake to die. Not literally, but very much a symbolic death. His reputation took a massive hit. Many people declared him dead, and the version of Drake that existed before the battle was supposedly already buried. Or was it? Remember when Drake said this on the Fighting Irish freestyle because it absolutely links to this funeral scene.
Niggas wanted trouble, grabbed a shovel and dug up some ditches, cover my body in dirt, but that wasn't me. That wasn't me. That was a body double and we've done dozens of switches.
This funeral is not just Drake mourning himself, it's Drake attending the burial that the public already had for him. The internet declared the guy dead, the industry danced on his grave, and now he's calmly standing at this ceremony basically saying, "You buried the wrong version of me." Especially considering the majority of what Kendrick said about him were all lies. However, becoming the victim of this battle was something that he had to sacrifice in order to expose the corruption behind it. He had to take the hit. That's why he surrendered the bag to the Pinocchios in episode 3 and let them take it. By the time we reach this graveyard scene, the battle is over, the Grammys are done, the Super Bowl already happened, they have the bag, their plan went off without a hitch, and from their perspective, they won. They think Drake is a corpse, but Drake doesn't look angry. He doesn't even seem defeated. He doesn't even seem surprised. He's actually very calm, almost like he knows something that they don't. And that's what makes the Vultures so fascinating, because when those birds appeared earlier in the story, they may not have been circling who everybody thought they were. Drake's team filmed this shot through a massive wreath of flowers, and it's a really interesting point of view. Obviously, it helps bring us into the funeral setting, but it also creates a feeling of separation. Drake really seems isolated from the rest of the world in this moment, and that's because this whole thing was deeply personal for him. I can't imagine ever being put through what he went through, but what's fascinating is how calm he seems. Funerals are usually really emotional. Sometimes people get angry, sometimes people break down, but Drake doesn't appear defeated in this scene. In fact, this is probably the best representation of his demeanor since the battle happened. Whether you agree with his perspective or not, you never saw Drake crash out. You never saw him publicly unravel. Aside from trolling hip-hop media with that Bobby Altov interview, that's the only interview he did. The guy simply absorbed this massive hit, and he stayed well composed right up until Iceman dropped. Also notice how Drake has 2 diamond teardrops on his face. This is another major sign of what's taking place here. The 2 diamond teardrops really tell you everything. Normally, tears represent vulnerability. They're one of the most emotional things a person can show, but Drake's tears aren't real tears anymore. They're frozen solid. Even his sadness has turned into ice. That's what makes this visual so powerful, because the pain is still there, the hurt is still there, but something about him has changed. The person who went through the battle is still standing, but he doesn't seem to be the same person anymore. And I think this is like the best explanation possible for what Iceman means right here. And this actually ties right back into Drake's zine, where he specifically stated that Iceman will be performed by Aubrey Graham and not Drake. At the time, a lot of people glossed over that detail, but this funeral scene feels absolutely connected to it. The public buried Drake, but Aubrey Graham walked away from that grave. The intro track, Make Them Cry, it describes this funeral scene perfectly.
And we're starting to get a lot of fucking beacons here. Real beacons. If this isn't good enough, I mean, yeah, it's all cooked.
I didn't see many people talk about these lines because they were too busy talking about the disses on the album, and honestly that surprised me because Drake is telling you exactly what this funeral scene is about. The guy's just not the same person after everything he went through, and I don't know how he could be. Do you really think it's a coincidence that both MJ and Drake at the exact same points in their careers were saying the exact same things about the exact same industry?
We can't let them get away with what they're trying to do, because at Sony, I've generated several $1 billion for Sony. Several billion.
Don't you think it feels a little unfair to give such credence into what Michael was saying, but completely write off Drake's claims as if there's no way that these things happen to him? Do you really think he will be doing all this? Do you think he will be this confident in everything that he's saying? Just think about it. Remember, he's got the glove on the cover, and I keep bringing this up because it's like it's a layered reference. We then see a fleet of Escalades driving into the cemetery, and this appears to be a direct pull from one of my favorite movies, The Godfather. As you can see, these shots are extremely similar, right down to the vehicles curving all to the left.
Greatly empowered. Next beacon.
With a woman dressed
Okay.
entirely in black, gripping his sleeve. Her real name is Tala Brisson, and she represents a critical
Give me
part of
that.
the story, as I believe she is someone from the other side who was helping Drake. You'll see in my upcoming breakdown that she's the main character in the Janice STFU video. There's some classic yin and yang symbolism going on here, which was something else that showed up in the zine. This woman appears to represent a major link to a new chapter or rebirth for Drake. I truly believe the woman represents a resurrection for Drake, and one that is directly linked to him getting revenge. And he actually mentions this on Janice, how they tried to kill him, but a woman resurrected him, and that's the next video after this.
They tried to kill me once, but darling, you just resurrected me.
We then see Drake seated in the vehicle with the window down with this very cold, focused, and almost angry look on his face. The tears are still present, so he's very much wearing the pain on his face. We see that the woman is seated next to Drake in the vehicle, but her sunglasses are on. Emotionally, she's very hard to read because her eyes are hidden. Drake stares at her with a face that's tough to really describe. He almost has this little smirk on his face, but at the same time, he's
Wait, why am I
looking at
wasting
her a
rerolls?
little bit
I can't even
uneasy.
roll for it right now.
Notice she
What am
doesn't
I
even look
doing?
back at him. She just
Oh my
stares
fucking,
straight
I'm
ahead.
stupid.
This scene is part of what made this the most difficult breakdown in my entire career, because it's the difference in, is this girl on Drake's side or is she against him? Is she helping him or is she setting him up? I thought long and hard about this scenario, but the fact that she's leaving the funeral with Drake after he just went through a lot of horrible things, if this woman was meant to symbolize even more harm to his character, there's no way she will be showing up in this moment. I also noticed that she is wearing a cross, which supports the narrative that this woman acted as some sort of resurrection for him. I don't think she's simply good or evil. I think she represents access. She knows something Drake was not supposed to know. That's why her eyes are hidden. She's not emotionally open to us because her role in the story probably isn't love, it's information. The woman almost looks a little bit anxious because
Gain
she's
1
probably
and reward
betraying
sacrifice.
someone in a major way. Wait till we get to the Janice breakdown, because that's where it gets even more crazy. Another thing I couldn't crack was the item that Drake is wearing around his neck. It definitely looks like a ring, but identifying it is nearly impossible. There is the ring at
I
the
do like
end
redemption.
in Family Matters that we never figured out what it meant, but like it's impossible to know if that's what he's wearing. The scene then switches to one of the most powerful visuals in the entire episode 4 stream. We see Drake surrounded by his entire team, many of the same people who have been with him since the very beginning. This scene was filmed at the Greek Theater inside Guild Park in Scarborough, and if it looks familiar, that's because Drake shot the Headlines music video at this exact location back in 2011. In fact, he went as far as matching some of the people in the frame and positioned them in nearly the exact same spots. What's
Damn.
interesting is the contrast between the two moments. Not only does this show just how far Drake has come, but it highlights how much the people around him have evolved as well. Back in 2011, these were just a group of hungry young men from Toronto trying to build something special. But fast forward to 2026, and not only are they all standing beside Drake, but virtually everyone in this shot has elevated their position in a major way. Drake didn't surround himself with a bunch of chickens, right? Like, a lot of these guys are executives and business owners, label owners. Like, they're all very successful. Drake is making a major statement with this shot. Remember what we just saw and what the guy just went through. We just watched visuals representing the alleged manipulation of the battle, the inflation of Not Like Us, the bots used to spin narratives, the Super Bowl, and even Drake symbolically mourning the version of himself that the public deemed dead as a result of everything that happened. This can't be understated. They tried to completely destroy him. Completely. The most interesting thing about this is the location itself adds a whole other layer to the scene. Guild Park isn't just a random place in Toronto, the entire park is built from old pieces from Toronto's history. It's built from old buildings that were demolished in the city, but the most important parts were preserved. The columns, archways, and structures that you see surrounding Drake are actually pieces of older buildings and landmarks that were saved and rebuilt into something new. And when you think about everything we just watched, that's pretty interesting. The location where Drake is standing literally exists because these pieces survived destruction. That's why this shot is almost certainly tied to his legacy and protecting it. This is the Iceman era in a single frame. You can even see that Jordan makes a very distinct set of hand gestures in this shot. One kind of looks like a devil, like it's demon time, and then the other looked like he's loading a clip and cocking back a pistol. Drake is ready for war at this point, and he's armed with everything that he needs, possibly because of the woman. This shot right here is 100 gigs, this is the plot twist, this is the lawsuit, this is all the power plays that he made over the last 2 years distilled into one image, and that's why this shot feels so powerful. To me, this image is Drake essentially saying, your plan didn't work, I'm still here, I still have my people, I'm far more powerful than you realized, you completely miscalculated who I was, and most importantly, you thought this would be my ending, but it's actually the beginning of something else, and I'm far from done with you. To me, this is the best shot in the entire episode, by far. I noticed that this style of architecture with the columns also showed up in Drake's zine, and this is definitely common at courthouses in America, especially the Supreme Court. In fact, the Greek theater shot looks very similar when you think about it. What's interesting about this particular slide in the zine is it's paired with the day that Vibes Cartel was released from prison after 13 years, all for a crime he said he didn't commit, and there was even evidence that one of the jurors was corrupt and the judge knew about it but still went ahead with the trial. Vibes tried many times to appeal his case and it didn't work. However, once it got to the Supreme Court, which is the highest place you can go, they deemed his case as corrupt and they set him free. And look, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know how far this could go, but I do think that Drake is willing to take it as far as it needs to go. In the next scene, we see that just like the Jack Frost movie, Old Man Winter has finally arrived and brought complete destruction with him. We see a vehicle flipped upside down with debris scattered everywhere, making it clear that something catastrophic has taken place. Soon enough, we discover that all 4 Pinocchios are lying dead in the snow. 2 are face down, 1 is lying on his side, 1's on his back, some don't appear to have any visible wounds, while 2 seem to have suffered from clean gunshots to the head. 3 of them have pistols beside them, while 1 remains lying on top of the exact same shotgun that we've seen throughout the entire episode. Drake then calmly walks past them, retrieves the bag from the vehicle, and slowly walks through the carnage and jumps into a truck. And as far as how they die, we don't actually see what happened. And that's what's important because we don't see Drake kill anyone, we don't see a crash, and we don't see a shootout. We just see the aftermath, and I think that's the entire point. Throughout episode 4, the vehicle represented the operation itself. It represented the battle, the narratives, the machine, and all the forces pushing everything forward. Earlier, we watched these same Pinocchios steal the bag, they loaded their weapons, and they literally drove the plan into motion, but now the vehicle is flipped over because the operation crashed. The Pinocchios don't die because Drake hunted them or killed them, they die because their plan collapses on its own. The most interesting detail is that they're still surrounded by their own weapons, the same weapons that they used against Drake to hurt him. It's their own greed, their own lies, and ultimately their own weapons against Drake that destroy them. Drake doesn't create the carnage, he's simply walking through the aftermath. And what's really dope is Drake continues to tell you this later in the episode 4 stream. In fact, it's in one of my favorite videos of the entire Iceman series, Make Them Pay, where he reinforces this idea. Throughout that animated video, every enemy who plots against Drake ends up being destroyed by the very thing that they attempted to hurt him with. The ghost character lunges at him and crashes into the cooler door and dies. The rapper who tries to shoot Drake ends up being killed when his own bullet fires backwards and strikes him in the head. The character that clearly resembles Kendrick Lamar attempts to offer Drake friendship only to weaponize the relationship against him, but that same manipulation eventually becomes the thing that destroys him. The executive tries to lure Drake in with money and contracts.
Yes, that's
While doing
exactly
so,
what we
the
needed right
ash
there.
from his cigar falls onto himself and
Come
he literally
on.
burns to
Alright,
death.
now you can actually
None
start
of
playing.
these characters are defeated
It's
by
time to play.
Drake directly. They're all defeated because of their action against him. Thematically, what you saw in Make Them Pay is exactly what's happening with these Pinocchios. Their fate isn't decided as some act of revenge. Their downfall was built
You
into
can finally
the
start to
plan
play
from the
now.
very beginning. They loaded the weapons, they stole the bag, they got into the vehicle, they pushed the operation forward, and eventually the entire thing flipped upside down on top of them. Drake doesn't arrive in this
Finally, we can
scene
start
as
to
a
play here.
killer or a hitman, he's arriving as someone that survived it. And there are some interesting details about Drake. It took me a while to even notice this, but Drake is wearing red shoes, and it's such a deliberate color choice that it feels impossible to ignore. One possible reading comes from Psalm 58:10. The righteous will rejoice when vengeance is done. They will wash their feet in the blood of the wicked. Now, if the Pinocchios represent corruption, deception, and betrayal, which they do, then Drake walking through the aftermath in red shoes could symbolize that justice has finally been served. Not because he caused it, but because those responsible were ultimately judged by their own actions. He's more or less walking in the blood of his enemies. All we see Drake do is calmly take back what was always his. There's no need for struggle, violence, or negotiation. He simply picks it up because the truth doesn't have to steal what already belongs to it. There is another detail that makes this even more interesting, and it was in Drake's zine where he included imagery of owls hunting rats in the snow. And now, immediately after a scene was shown with Drake surrounded by his own team of owls, we're presented with 4 dead Pinocchios laying in the exact same environment. They're lying in the snow. Again, amazing storytelling by Drake's team. Drake gets into a 1986 Chevrolet K20 pickup truck. Now, that detail might seem random, but
Okay, here we go.
1986 is also Drake's birthday. The bag represents Drake's freedom, it represents his music, it represents who he is, so I feel this truck makes a lot of sense. He's not pulling up in some fancy whip, he's in a working man's truck. Basically,
Yeah, sure.
Aubrey Graham is driving away as himself, with himself, and as the winner. But to end it off, we get a very familiar shot. The camera pans up and returns to the vultures, but what's interesting is there are way more birds now than what we saw earlier, which really tells me the fact that this flock is growing. It's not so much about the number of deaths, but it's about the certainty of death. Earlier, the vultures acted as a warning. Something in the story was already doomed, but we just didn't know who. However, it's with this ending where the answer is revealed. And that's what makes the first appearance of the birds brilliant. The story was designed in a way where we assumed the vultures were circling Drake, because the entire world declared him dead after the battle. The internet declared him finished. People held the funeral for him before he was even buried, but they misidentified the corpse. Episode 4 slowly reveals that we were looking at the wrong body. The vultures were never following Drake. They were following the Pinocchios. And that's what makes it so poetic, because basically when they all celebrated Drake's funeral, they didn't realize they were standing at their own. You know, this video was supposed to be a full breakdown of episode 4. Like, I was thinking this would be like 3 hours. And it probably would have been if I could get through it. But what happened to me is I got stuck. And, like, the problem was, you know, just to explain my process, when I finally do hit upload on YouTube for a video, right, that means I'm proud of that piece of work. Like, I'm proud of it. I'm done with it. I can let it go out into the ether, and then, you know, people can judge it. They can love it. They can hate it. But I'm proud of it, regardless of how they feel about it. And with this project, I couldn't get to the point where I was proud of it. and I just couldn't put it out. Like, this is just not how I work, right? I couldn't put it out. I wasn't ready, and I don't want to get to the point where I rush stuff and throw shit out just because some dude is like, hurry the fuck up. It's stressful when people do that, but like I can't let those people get in my head and make them impact my creative choices, like, for what I do, right? So obviously there's more coming. I hope you guys are okay with that.
I go by flight, but you can call me FTC. Flight T, stand up. It may be May, about 40 more hours. And
Choose a boon at 400% potency. Yes, sir.
hey man, we got best of road rage, the best of the entire.
This is what can make and break
right here. Hey,
these runs.
you guys know it is officially the summer. Stop texting and driving out there. Do not drive while you lit. And most importantly, do not road rage and engage in any road rage activities throughout the summer, man. It is hot. The temperatures is up. There's a lot more crash outs on the road, man. Have respect for you and your family. And I'll let you see another day, man. Check it out. Please, no copyright, baby. Whoa. Oh, shit. I'm gonna go ahead and give him a bronze threat badge. He's pump faking. Out here in Texas. Switching lanes, pointing at the camera, and he got real quiet fast and left quickly. He didn't want the smoke. He knew he was gonna get on dash cam, as he is. No audio. They're arguing. Oh, hell nah. Woo! Hey, man. Whose mom is this, man? Hey, platinum threat to society badge, bro. Hey, look at this.
Alright, just keep aqua spamming, right? I wanna aqua spam boons.
The woman tried to drive it, but she.
That's what I want.
Owner was laughing. So she tried it. Is she stupid? You got in an argument in a road with somebody. Kick his car, so you damage his car, his bumper a little bit, dent, and then try to carjack him dead ass in the middle of the street in front of everybody. Hey, man. S tier threat badge. Now, thing is that how long is she gonna hit her license took for that? It's not her car. Got Z-Bone in chat. White car right
Come on, wave 3.
lane if you slow down and stop trying to be one more car ahead. Remember, people, you do not own the roads, man. What up, Clan Stan?
Wait for it. This is the one that matters.
Chilling. Clapping hands. Alright, who's ever in this, this is a Cadillac? Who's ever in this white car right here, man? Go ahead and give you a silver threat badge, man. Honestly, both of y'all, the blue and the white car, take their license away for 6 months, man. Now, it ain't the blue car's fault, but it's like you low-key is kind of egging on the situation, but more of the white car. Let's be honest. Now, let's give the white car, let's take that license away for a year.
400
Maybe the blue car
potency boon. Obviously, we're going for that. Yeah, we need to just build those up.
White car's waving at him. Him or her. Finally lets them through. Nobody hurt. Nobody's car damaged. See what happens when some people come together? my car that's recording. Says douchebag tries to harass young girl because he absolutely.
Because if you build up good wounds, you just won't die.
Weirdo. At least nobody was.
Which is basically all we need. If you don't die, then it's good.
No, you gotta be on that side.
I don't think she can hear you, bro.
Come on, I'm trying to go that way. You move. Look at the yellow line.
There's 240% damage, yeah.
I mean, the person that's recording the car is right.
Get over that way. Get over that way. Stupid ass.
Nah, person in the car standing on business is like, nah, I'm not moving. You move.
No, get over that way.
Like I said, the person recording, he's not in the wrong. Nah, this guy is so savage, bro.
Get over that way.
Bro, this person in the front car, my nigga, at this point, just go on the other fucking side of the road. Go on the lane and just bust a U-turn wherever you have to go, bro.
I'm just building up boons right now, man. Building up them boons. We can have every. Yup.
Like a nigga like me in front right here in the car, I would have been like, all right, nigga, I'm probably in the wrong 9 times out of 10. I don't have time to sit here and argue for fucking 15, 20 minutes. Just get in the other lane and do the U-turn, bro.
Get over there. Come on, turn the wheel that way.
This is just sad, dog.
Alright, choose the trial. Okay, this could actually be a good loot run.
Good job. Good job. There you go.
No! Nigga said some good job like he was a toddler, bro.
Good job. Good job.
They could have did this the entire time, though. Like I said, dude that's recording, he's not wrong.
There you go.
He got a lot of patience.
Dumbass. That's going on dash.
Person they gave the finger to as a pass by.
Lessons.
He said it's going on dash cam. Yo, bro, dash cam lessons is new world star. Green car with the thumbs down. Are they throwing signs up?
That's illegal.
Yeah, take that green person's license for 2 months, man. Young and dumb tailgating. Gotta swerve over the speed bump.
I'm mad now.
What the fuck wrong with this green car, bro?
It's so stupid.
What the fuck wrong with this green car?
We should report him for reckless driving.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Hey, this green car, just go ahead and give this man a break from driving for a year, man. Yeah, he's still doing this shit? They're obviously going the same way.
PGF 9102.
Virginia.
Thumbs down, thumbs down.
I ran out of time? What do you mean? I ran out of time?
This green car toxic.
How? How? I didn't even look at the time at all. Bro, that was gonna be a good loot run. No.
Made them angry, go around us. They made a police report. Alright, nothing else happened, I guess.
What do you mean?
Oh, this gray car cut him off. Did they hit him?
Oh my god, are you serious? What?
Oh! Hey, take the person's gray and the gray car's license away for 5 years, man. There's no way in hell you should be this fucking mad driving, bro. If you are this mad to the point where you are brake checking like this. Bro, like, what the fuck? I ain't gonna lie, you gotta be afraid of people like this. This is the type of nigga to get out the car and stand on the middle of the road like these. Are you not gonna let me cross the road in peace? Like, what the fuck? Take this person's license away for 5 years, man.
Facts.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Didn't let him dangerously
Better.
lost his mind and forced.
This was like you still did it.
Probably looking insurance scheme with a gray car too. They want to get that little extra bag. But they got it on camera. Went outside. car right here. Now he did turn into the lane, but he could have sped up the one that's recording, but still, this doesn't give the car behind him or her to tailgate like this.
Beacon.
Whoa! Copyright, baby. Police around ain't gonna do anything about a video. Well, they was too busy getting donuts, bro. No idea what to make other driver. White car.
It's time.
White car. White cards, take that license away for 2 years, man. I never understood. It's like your goal with cars like these, like people that are driving like this on the road, your goal is to get fast and go faster and keep driving, right? You beat the person that you want to beat just to slow down and tailgate and be toxic. Like people literally wake up and get on the road just to fucking argue and crash out, man. Flipping them off. White car got that long.
This is stuck. Stuck.
And I hope you know, man, if you drive like this person in a white car right here, man, bro, your days honestly are really short, to be honest with you, man. So you're gonna meet your match. You'll meet the same crash out just like you. The Escalade's kind of chiming in. Look, got past the white car. GMC noticed erratic behavior. Taste of his own medicine. Okay. Nobody was hurt. Facts, KK. Come on, man. Hey, man. You did all this just to get one more car ahead. Now you have a fat bill going to your damn mailbox now, stupid ass nigga. What did that cap say? Sent the footers, they said to me.
Stuck.
How y'all feel about them gas
Stuck.
prices?
Stuck.
It looked like the person that was recording was there first.
I was here way before you. I was here way before you.
Damn, what y'all doing in this situation? White truck is like, nah,
I'll just take a boo and I mean, yeah, it's better than nothing.
It doesn't matter. I can still go pull it around there.
I'll take a 100% potency boon.
Person being savage. Still pulls in.
It doesn't matter.
Nah. Whose Gramps is this, man? Driver refused to leave his spot and locks his truck. I mean, what you gonna do about it, bro? Nothing. Just recorded it. Nigga took his damn gas station spot. Walmart parking lot. It gets toxic over here.
Insta that. GG's.
Walmart, man. She's not trying to let them through. Did she almost hit herself with a window? She's probably driving. She definitely looks like it because you can see how these cars are parked in the angle. This is a when you
Again, one
up and then it goes like down. So I'm pretty sure the car was going up in the right direction. This car's going in the wrong direction. Trying to either get out of there or find a way to get in the parking spot, which means she's in the wrong. Is she gonna back up? She gonna steal the parking space?
Yep, orange. So far, this could be a good loot run.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. They hit the car?
Once again, it's fully relying on.
Lady, what are you doing? Damn. definitely is.
It's
Regardless, they gotta, either they lit.
Alright, orange again. Do we need another orange though? No. It means you're going pink. Okay, so far I've gotten really lucky. Really good so far.
You can't even stay inside the lane, or maybe they're just trying to road rage. Their blink is not even working.
It's stop.
Fuck? Yeah, I'm not sure what was going on there. Bro, it'd be so odd looking at like when they're not inside the like in New York City. I be forgetting New York actually like looks like this outside. This is Long Island. SUV in front said merge on another level, huh? Get out my way. He said I'm more important than you. No copyright, baby.
Copyright, baby. Okay. So I'll be at 8 rerolls on challenge 7 with 6 beacons. I mean, if this goes wrong now, then there's no hope.
Yo, fam. Hey, this black car right here, take this person's life away for 5 years. Like, there's just no way in hell you
How could this ever go wrong now?
on the fucking road. And this goes back, bro. People that do shit like this, I'm trying to tell you, got to watch your back with people like these. People that have nothing to lose when they drive like this. This black car, whole goal was to drive faster than them, right? And now they cut them off. I want to see what they did prior to this. Passed the car originally. Mad that they got in their lane.
Alright.
So the black car's just mad that they got in their lane.
I guess we do pink again, right?
Put this person in a mental ward facility, man.
Keep pinking it up. Pink until we see white.
Nah, man. That probably shouldn't have honked. Speeding, you was already late for work. I mean, he could have just swirled on the other side of the lane if it was safe, but really weird SUV in front. What the fuck? What are you doing? Backed up for the red truck?
Yeah, just stop. Stop.
Person called cops on him after he said he wishes he was in a bigger truck. Oh, he has DUI. No, sad. What the hell is this? Mikey, 5 gifted. Whoa! Whoa! Wrong side of the road, buddy. Take that license away for at least 5 to 7 years. This is dangerous as shit. Yeah, take that license away, man. What an idiot.
Stop.
Looks like they're road raging at him. Tesla's now backing up. Yo, you know how much of a fucking idiot you gotta be? Don't these Teslas got like cameras like inside and outside of this car?
This run so far is literally going exactly how I wanted to. Like, this is insane.
This person in the car has an IQ of a puppy ant, man. Zipper merged and then I Tesla speeding off. Whoa, wait. He didn't like that he apparently... I zipper merged. He didn't like that apparently. Guy in Tesla pointed a gun at you twice. Woo! Take that license away for about 7 years. And my boy, you got a brandishing a firearm in public charge while you at it. You stupid ass nigga. And guess what? Ding, ding, ding. Your Tesla recorded every fucking thing. They didn't even need this dash cam footage. They got everything in 4K. I'm trying to tell y'all, man, stop doing that dirt out there, bro. That technology getting even better. Fucking dumbass.
Okay, so orange is still prio even though I already have 6, right? Because Makes my current ones last longer.
No prior interaction with driver.
It's stuck.
What the hell are they doing?
I'm doing aqua. I know I'm doing boon. I don't care. I'll take a boon.
Try to speed up and low-key get revenge or something,
I'll
bro?
take a 200% boon.
That's what you don't want to do. The hell? Viper got their own lane. Viper really dumb. Hey, who in the wrong there, Chet? With Tumpo.
Okay, that was my fault fully. You need to stop trying to TP up and do that. That's some assassin shit. Can't do it on this build, bro.
That's a lot of points on that license, buddy. Don't. Hey, hope there's no construction ahead either, because that's double the fines like Call of Duty XP weekend.
Back over, Mercedes.
Nah, they wrong for that, nigga.
He's after you, dumbass.
Hell yeah.
Nah, they wrong for this. If they roll down and say I can't park there, I'm gonna lose it. Bro, they fucking sold the clip. Tell me they didn't sell the clip. Tell me they didn't sell the clip. Nigga, if they would have rolled down that, why are y'all so scary, bro? You should have finished off the clip. They would have rolled out the window and said, hey, you can't park there. Bro, I would have been in tears.
Huh. Yeah, are we doing echo now or no? Yes. I don't really like lemon metal, but it's early on, so it's fine.
Tell y'all, man, stop haunting on that road, man, unless you're ready for whatever is gonna happen, man. Tailgating. Him to move up, or did he throw some hand signals at him or something? Threatening to hit him in the back bumper.
Mm-hmm. Where's the key? There you go.
Hey, man. Oh, this person getting out. Alright, we got an S tier fucking threat badge. Holy shit! Hey, man. Nigga look like he swallowed a basketball. Hairline receding. Yeah, he's going through a divorce. Wife just took half of everything. Yeah. This is a dangerous man. This is a dangerous man.
This is actually, I think. Better be. Otherwise, I'm wasting my time right now because.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and give him his own tier threat badge, man. And like I said, man, people that get out the car like this and how he was just so brave swerving around, let's be realistic. If this car was filled with 4 niggas, will he be having the same injury? No.
Begin, yeah.
This match one day if he keeps this up. Probably
The regular furnace, perfect. That's how I was at the bio flip for a second, which is a terrible spot.
If I didn't have pepper spray, who knows what he would have done. Oh, you threatened pepper spray. Alright, good shit. Had something on you. Take that person's license away for 5 years, man. You don't need to be driving, man. He's a hazard to the nations. Hey. Great checking. What up, Legos, me?
Oh, Rainbow is gonna be good.
Oh, shit. Now that truck ain't... Yeah, patience right there.
I rent Aqua. Start getting boons.
About 95%,
This.
y'all. Still a little soon, but we getting there. What up, Ultra Fleet? Another car to my left. High speed.
Stock. Stock. What's up, Coldfish? What? Vibrant, get the boons. Yeah, there. I want spell damage, right? Just give me spell damage boon.
Oh no! Oh no! There the cop goes. Switching lanes. Woo! Got him! Another person that sold the clip. This nigga savage. He could have just said, you get parked there. No one has sold it. Hey, man. Bad luck, huh? Watch this driver.
Alright, there we go.
Double yellow.
Give me the boons. Which one is it? Spell damage, spell damage, spell damage. Damage. Take that. Again, right? Yeah. I need to get beacon challenges again, though. I still have 7 rerolls. So.
Now, I understand where the bikers are coming from. The bikers are 100% in the right. But if you happen to be biking on the road, do not do what these bikers are doing to impress them. You do not know who's in this car. Thankfully, they got lucky. It's just a lady that's just in a rush, trying to drive reckless. If this car was filled with some YNs, all these bikers would be in trouble. I'm just saying.
Destroy that shit. Oh my god.
Car's honking? Thought it was a car behind me.
And do I go for improvement there? I think I go with this. I don't go with that because that's impossible.
What the hell?
I don't know what's wrong with that challenge. It's so fucked. And that's the point.
Looks like it. What a piece of crap. Yeah, definitely. Whoever's in that car is starving, bro. Independence, Missouri. Bro, one thing that's underrated, bro, Road Rage Dashcam be teaching me about like all these new cities I have never heard about. Anybody in Independence, Missouri watching right now? Looks like a chill area. Whoa! What are you doing? The fuck? Nigga really clicked upload and sent this to Dashcam, my boy. Hey, whoever drives this car, take the license away for 3 years. Imagine somebody was on the sidewalk, bro. You should have not been driving that fast, and guess what? You definitely need to get your axles fixed on your car.
Alright, give me damage boons.
RIP to that.
Or weaken enemy, maybe. Elemental damage, everything over the chest. Is that 400% boon? Really? Fuck it.
Oh, shit! Nah, that truck, it's the truck's fault. I hate these types of turns, but the truck was at fault right here. They're supposed to yield to the driver. I ain't even gonna lie, that's why, man, Whenever I hate these turnarounds right again. Whenever I see a car like these, even though you have the right of way to go, and there's the car that's right here where my mouse is supposed to wait, I always assume that the car doesn't know what the fuck they're doing and they're gonna continue going. If you have that type of thinking, you're gonna be straight all the time. Because this happens all the time, man. Look, truck didn't even roll down the window, say sorry or nothing, nigga. Just kept driving. This dude's flying. Is you alright? Slow down, nigga.
What the fuck?
This ain't
Are you crazy?
Horizon 6, whatever that new game came out called, dude.
What was that?
Immaculate zipper merge sped up.
I kinda need that gray for high roller.
Backed up. That's what I'm saying. You could have just backed up, bro. Or you just in a turn. Oh, man. Some people got the IQ of a puppy ant, man. Whenever you got a large truck like this, you're coming to a stop. Try to leave more room so they turn like these. Bro, imagine that car falling in the ditch. Dog wasn't even liking it either.
But I have 40 skill points to use. Oh.
Person getting out the car. It's New York. 2 of them. Oh, they said it's closed. Are they W mans for letting the traffic know? Why's he got his phone out?
I need orange beacons now.
Listen, a boat hit the bridge. Shit, where the back roads at? I'm not taking that main road right there. You know, getting people to do simple things like this in New York. Oh yeah, it's like rocket science.
He just hit me.
Oh, they just hit him?
Stop! You just hit me!
This guy does the same thing.
Did I forget to start it? What?
Another person gets backed into.
The serious ring.
I never saw a news story for it. Didn't stick around to find out.
Stop! I can't go nowhere.
Alright, man. Gonna wrap it up. Road Rage best of. We'll figure it out when we edit the video.
Thanks for watching.
Best of May is
Until
up.
next
Y'all
time.
don't crash out on that road. Stay safe and live to see another day, man. A lot of poor decisions, a lot of license lost or should be lost throughout this whole video.
What's that? But I'm Roblox. Enters in there.
Flight crew, FTC. Flight team stand up. It's February. FTC stay legendary. Hey, man, we got some new heat out right now. Now you want to rate me out on all platforms. Main channel visuals, fire visuals out there right now. Link down below in the description, man. We got Best of Road Rage part. I'll figure it out when I edit the video. This is the best and unexpected funny moments caught on dash cam for the year 2025. Let's check it out. So pretty much like a top 100 plays, but road rage. 2 road rage videos this month, man? Damn, what the hell? Bro, I'm not even gonna lie to you, fam. Yo, I came close to doing this exact thing at least like 4 times. You know what I'm saying? Knock on wood, hopefully this never happens. Bro.
Special. Fair point. At least it's called up Trevor Chalobah, says Danny. And Alpha says, honest evaluation is England still have not shown up for the World Cup. They need more urgency. Mainu will work his way into the team, says Robert. Mate, I think when you look at the first 40 minutes, if I was on that bench, whether my name's Rashford, Gahey, Saka, Mainu, Rodgers, I'd be thinking, I can get into this starting team. You know, in a way, having the hardest game first isn't necessarily great for these players if they don't perform, because if you come on and do well and you keep your place against Ghana and Panama, you're in for the rest of the tournament, aren't you? 85th Cousin says, we don't play as a team that's too many look-at-me players. But I think this is exactly the problem with Bellingham and Kane. I don't know whether it's about ego or whatever.
I am finally all caught up with the latest in the LEGO scandal. So, naturally, want to yap about it. I want to bring you aboard the Magic School Bus here as we take a tour through the newest and the most comprehensive dive into this situation, which is found through CoffeeZilla's video. I highly recommend you watch his full video here, because he really gets into the weeds of it and shows everything. He bears it all. Lets the entire LEGO scandal hang hog in its birthday suit, and I think it is an incredible job he's done. Per usual, CoffeeZilla investigations, I think, are always just so high quality and just so well done. I want to be covering like a lot of the new information, as well as also going over how we got here in the first place, because now, after so much has happened, a lot of people have forgotten what the actual facts are. People are, I think, getting confused or just really fallen into the back rooms here when it comes to like this whole story. So they're regurgitating phony baloney nonsense, or even just outright myths, you know, or ghost stories. Reckless Ben's not even real. He's been dead for 15 years type shit. And I think CoffeeZilla does a good job of keeping everything extremely clean, and all of it is real information, evidence, facts. Just the straight up pudding of it.
A $200,000 Lego collection went missing, causing a lot of you to ask me to find it. And after seeing the cops point guns at YouTubers, people get arrested and sued for $1.3 million, I decided enough was enough.
Most people said the same thing after seeing how everything unfolded here, with the behavior exhibited by the Bricks and Minifigs side, as well as the very shady behavior from the American Fork Police Department in the handling of this case. So it's no surprise CoffeeZilla also said no more Mr. Nice Guy and decided to get down and dirty and get to the bottom of this.
A massive Star Wars collection was put on consignment at a Lego store called Bricks and Minifigs in Salem, Oregon. Consignment just means the owner, Brian Mansell, gave it to a store to sell.
Until you reach the 7 total pools.
The entire time, he maintained ownership of the collection, and a social media post estimated it to be worth about $200,000. But then, on November 14th, 2024, everything went wrong. This was the night that Crystal and Ben Gorman, the prior franchise owners of the Salem store, got kicked out by this guy. That is Brandon Best. He and his partner Josh Johnson ran a sister store in Eugene, Oregon. And Brandon drove up that night to kick the Gormans out. Brandon and Josh would be taking over the franchise in Salem. And this is the exact moment the Legos go missing. As that store is getting handed over, the question is Brian's collection in it?
A perfect, succinct, previously on Dragon Ball Z lore dump. That is exactly how everything happened and exactly what started this story to begin with, where Brian Mansell had a very valuable collection go into this Bricks and Minifigs on consignment. The previous franchisees get kicked out, and there is a lot of questions around, well, where are the Legos now? Because Brian Mansell, the owner of the Legos, has not been compensated for all the Legos that he had brought there, that presumably had sold as well. And also now Bricks and Minifigs is being like really combative and not super cooperative. So just a lot of like big questions that until CoffeeZilla's video hadn't really had any clear answers with strong supporting evidence and proof that really paints the entire picture clearly on the location of these missing Legos. So the first thing CoffeeZilla looks at is the Bricks and Minifigs official press release, where they claim that there is only like $2,000 to $5,000 worth of Legos left there, which is a huge discrepancy based on all of the reporting on how many Legos should have still been there. Coffee then looks at all of the suspects and even toys around with the possibility that this could be someone completely unrelated, like thieves, just regular old Joe Schmo burglars that came in to get their grubby paws on the One Piece here, this extremely valuable Star Wars collection. However, the previous owners, the Gormans, shut that idea down. They admit that they did have break-ins, but at no point were any of the Star Wars Legos, any of Brian Mansell's collection, subjected to that. They were never taken during any of these break-ins, so it wasn't thieves. That is something that gets ruled out pretty early on here. So who has the Legos? Where are they? Does Smog have it and he's just sitting on it like his pile of gold? And like, crazy how this shit can just vanish like that, and no one in a very small, tight group of suspects has any knowledge on where it is. CoffeeZilla even plays around with one of the ideas that maybe Reckless Ben stole it because, as you might recall, the cops came in guns blazing when they arrested them because apparently they had got a tip that the YouTubers in this Airbnb had a conversation about their stolen Legos they have. And also, one of the owners even accused Ben of stealing the Legos when he was melting down, fucking crashing out on a phone call saying, "Fuck you, you stole the Legos, bitch." So CoffeeZilla explores that idea, and it obviously reaches a pretty comically dumb conclusion that there is no world where that happens. That is just barnacles, because Reckless Ben literally couldn't steal them. It actually would have been impossible. He wasn't there that night. He had no connection to the previous franchise owners, had no interaction with like the takeover or anything. He had no chance to even steal the Legos if that was part of a nefarious, dubious plot he was cooking up. Genuinely, it is impossible for him to have been the one to have stolen the Legos. So then, CoffeeZilla, looks at Ammon.
My name is Ammon McNeff. I am the CEO of the Bricks and Minifigs brand.
So my name's Matt McNeff. I'm the COO of Bricks and Minifigs.
The people you just saw are the McNeff brothers. They agreed to speak with me to try to clear their name.
Boy howdy, you can probably already imagine how well this goes. Their defense, not watertight. I am always so impressed by CoffeeZilla's ability to get the star clowns of his investigations to speak directly to him. And every time, without fail, they make fools of themselves. It keeps happening, and I am thankful that it does. I am just always surprised. Now, that being said, Ammon does make a strong point about off-site holding of Brian Mansell's collection, which is something Brian had reiterated on a podcast like a year ago about how his collection was being stored outside of that Bricks and Minifigs location, outside that facility. It was in, fucking secure black site or something for security, which I think is very odd. That is peculiar. Why? They store the Legos in fucking Fort Knox or something on consignment? That is very weird, if you ask me.
Parts of it seem to go missing on November 14th. Well, and I guess no, not at all. I'm gonna say, that is not accurate at all. Because
So you think that the collection was in the store at the time or elsewhere?
Elsewhere. When you look at Mansell's own words that he reiterated to a podcast last year, he explicitly stated to another podcaster, the sets were moved off-site for security.
The collection will not be stored on-site after hours for security reasons, and after Sunday, the sets will be available for purchase but stored elsewhere.
CoffeeZilla then brings this up directly to the previous owners, the Gormans, about the off-site storage of Brian Mansell's Star Wars Lego collection, asking them to pour a bit of milk on this cereal. What does this all mean? What does it look like? And I think the way they explain it does make more sense about why it was stored off-site for a brief period of time. The way Ammon describes it makes it sound like it was some kind of indefinite thing where they had it buried underground, in like a fallout shelter or something that they were, squatting on there, and it seemed very underhanded and shady, but the way they describe it and like the reason behind it, that also makes sense.
Locations. Can you address what that is? Is that true?
So
The off-site location and the letter that that corporate is referring to is the original press release that we released when we were launching the collection. In that press release, because we had previous break-ins, I specifically included the location that after this weekend, those Legos would be stored off-site to deter any future thefts. They were briefly stored off-site after that launch weekend while I bought safes for the back room, and then they were moved back into the store.
Okay, so for most of the time, the sets were in the store after y'all got the safes in.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. To me, that does pass the smell test. If they are having problems with thieves, you know, Lego City's under attack from ne'er-do-wells, well, now they have this extremely valuable collection that belongs to Brian Mansell's father, and in order to try and keep it safe and secure, they don't have any, like, safes or anything like that. So, in the interim, while they get those safes, they store it off-site. I get that. Like, I do understand that, and according to them, once they did get those saves, they did bring it back, so it was in the store for the majority of the time. It was only off-site for a little while.
And one group in particular is pointing their finger at them very hard. It's the McNeffs, who say they were behind on payments.
We started getting calls from the landlord letting us know that Crystal was behind on the lease payments at the location.
Okay.
We had also gotten a couple of notices from some of our vendor partners that bills had not been paid by the store, and so we felt pretty strongly that there was going to be a risk of her just, you know, like attempting to file bankruptcy, doing some of these other types of things which we've had franchisees do in the past, and that's problematic. So that's why we sent him up there to take some video footage. So we needed to just be prepared if we needed to do a hostile takeover.
This is not new information from the Bricks and Minifigs side of things about pointing the finger at the Gormans, that they are responsible for all this hoopla. They are the actual bad guys here. They may not have the twirled mustache, but make no mistake, they're the villains. So they are claiming that the Gormans were behind on payments, they weren't doing their due diligence, so there was a fear that there might be bankruptcy.
I fully fumbled this loot run as well, bro.
Brandon Best
No.
undercover, incognito, to shop around and take video to send to them, and this was before Brandon came in to kick them out. So they were already, like, investigating the Gormans and this shop in particular.
It's a video of the store condition in preparation for this handover, but at this point, Brandon does not announce himself to Crystal Gorman. Later, though, on November 14th, once again, the same concern about the Gorman stealing or theft was expressed by the McNeffs.
Brandon was trying to make sure that they weren't taking things from the store, and so he was kind of trying to make sure that he wasn't putting things, you know, like hiding things in the back, and that and while he was watching that, trying to make sure Ben wasn't grabbing stuff from the store and moving it.
That sucks. Super sucks. I didn't get my challenge done.
At least one, if not more than one, cartfuls of things out to her car with her coat draped over it.
Agent 47 Brandon Best here is undercover, and according to the McNeffs, filming things to make sure everything's above board and that the Gormans aren't stealing things, trying to prevent theft and make sure everything's, you know, above board and as smooth a transition as possible with all the inventory intact without them, you know, making off with it like bandits. The other McNeff that doesn't have a mustache,
I don't know why we really looked at. I mean, I'm not going to get anything better.
Was taking cartfuls of items to her car under her coat. How big is her coat? That'd be a fucking massive coat, right? To put an entire cart full of items under it to try and hide it? What is that, like a XXXXXXXXXL raincoat or something? Like, what the fuck? Is it like that old thing of like 3 kids in a trench coat to buy tickets to a PG-13 movie or some shit?
I think I should
like,
just
how big of a coat are we talking
do
here to be
purple
able
spell.
to do that? That's a pretty bold claim. And they follow this up by saying that she actually has a
Maybe it
history
is just purple
of
spell,
retail
huh?
theft. Like, she has a record of, like, stealing. So she is someone that they don't trust, and they are trying to put doubt into their credibility in the first place here. So it's something that CoffeeZilla explores with the Gormans directly about that. And she does confirm, yeah, that happened in 1999, when she was 19 and pregnant, according to her. And the big thing here is that she allegedly told them about that, which is something McNeff claims they had no clue about.
Kind of their side. But at every turn, I hope you understand, I'm getting contradictory stories, down to if the McNeffs knew about her history in the first place.
Like, they're bringing up something that I told them about.
Wait, you told them?
Told them. They asked me.
They said they had no idea. They said if we knew, we would have never hired her. Because we would not have hired her had we known this.
I told them I had a record from when I was 18. There was a family issue that, and didn't go into all of the details, but they were like, that's so long ago, we're gonna hire you based on who you are now.
Now, she says that when she told them about it, it was something that happened when she was 18, whereas apparently it actually happened when she was 19. Not that it matters here in the context of this, but it illustrates the contradictions that are being met at every single stage of this investigation and this case overall. From the very beginning, and that's something I've said a lot of what comes out of Bricks and Minifigs has so many contradictions that are easily accessible to just the naked eye, the peepers here. You can just see that a lot of what they have said is contradicted by other evidence out there. And this is just another one of those examples here, because according to Crystal, she let them know, like off rip, that, you know, when she was 18, or I guess 19, she did have this thing on her record here. And after making them aware, they said that was so long ago, which it was fucking 2 decades ago, that it doesn't bother them and that they're, you know, still willing to do business with her. But McNeff is now turning around and saying they had no idea, and if they did know, they would have never done business with her. You know, this huge blemish on her record, she is a scoundrel! Did you know that? Did you know that she has a retail theft charge? Did you know that? We can't trust her, she's a fucking heinous, evil monster. That kind of thing. When apparently, from the very beginning, according to her, she let them know about that. Also, I would think, as a big corporation, keep in mind, Bricks and Minifigs, we have to remember, is a huge corporation. They have a team of lawyers. I would imagine they do a vetting process for people that they go into business with, because I imagine they would want to know if a new franchisee is like a felon who has a history of stealing and shit like that. So there's no doubt in my mind that before they even approved her as a franchisee, they would have seen this on her record, this retail theft charge.
True.
And they still did business with her. Like, I just find it hard to believe that they wouldn't have known about that, because I have to imagine there is a thorough process that goes into being a franchisee owner with Bricks and Minifigs. It's a huge corporation. That's kind of standard procedure, like background checks. That would come up. I feel like it's very unlikely that Bricks and Minifigs had no idea about that before starting to do business with her. And if they really had no idea about it, that just goes to show you that they're not really a very well-managed company if they're neglecting, like, one of the most standard steps in business, which is just doing a background check.
After a lot of commitment, both sides agreed to take the photos, corporate and the Gormans. In fact, I scheduled the calls to do this an hour apart from each other. But let's remember their positions for a second. The Gormans say whatever was left unsold of Brian's collection that was in that store spreadsheet was in Salem store the night of November 14th. Then you have corporate side. They say whatever was left that night was maybe $2,000 to $5,000 of Legos. The rest was either stolen by thieves, the Gormans, or held off site. It was not in that store. And on both sides, there's a lot to lose here, right?
This is where it gets really juicy. And now we do get, like, hard picture proof. And CoffeeZilla also recognizes the effect this has on the others here, the new franchisees that came in. This is the most important component so far in the video about the location of these sets, and also who is being truthful, who is actually providing real evidence to confirm their account of things and disproving the other. That is a very crucial thing to finally have definitive light shined on.
You'd agree. There's a good amount of Lego on hand. This isn't what I would say is a well-stocked Bricks and Minifigs, but it's not terrible. It's I would say a little below average as far as overall stock. So now let's go to November 14th. Can you still see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So November 14th, we haven't this is the first time we've shown this publicly. We've been waiting for our attorneys to give us the approval to say, hey, this is okay now to share in this capacity. So, we'll go through these pictures. This is what Josh saw, or not Josh, sorry, Brandon saw. He took pictures of everything in the store, all the inventory in the store. This is what the shelves look like compared to what you just saw a moment ago.
Okay, so I'm seeing a lot less. Just to state the obvious, go back a little bit.
Yeah.
I'm seeing like way less.
So yeah, the pictures I was being shown on November 14th, those shelves looked emptier than they did on the day of October 24th. But to be fair to the Gormans, they addressed the empty shelves themselves.
So starting with the McNeff side of things here, they have these videos from Brandon where he was recording the inside of that location. And in the first video that CoffeeZilla is getting walked through with the McNeffs, it does seem like the shelves are far more full. He does say that it's not like a well-stocked bricks and minifigs, it's a little below average, but it's very clearly more full than that video from November 14th, which is the big day. The shelves are noticeably emptier on that day in that video.
As we get to the very end of this video in particular, right here, you'll see that empty space right here. So this is the retired and certified set section that we have to keep separate from the new in box current sets being sold by Lego. All those empty spaces up there were the sets that we had on display during the day from Brian's collection that every night when the store closed, we pulled off and put back into the safe and then put back out in the morning.
So when they say, see, there's empty space on the shelves, yeah, because we put them in safes at night to keep them safe.
Because we have giant windows.
Yeah, it's an explanation that kind of makes sense given the history of burglary. Now,
yeah, that is an explanation that makes a lot of sense. Break-ins happen all the time. Like, look at card shops in particular. There's a break-in every hour at a card shop somewhere. Right now, there's someone probably getting their glass broken in and all their Pokemon cards stolen right out of the fucking display. So they have had a problem with break-ins in the past, so it makes sense that they have it on display during the day when there's people there, and then they take it down at night to put in the safes, so that way thieves can't just see these valuable Legos sitting out there and decide to just throw a brick through the window. But when you have these two videos, it's very easy to spin a narrative that also makes sense. Look, these shelves were full on this day, but on the most important day, the November 14th date, they are noticeably emptier. That must mean foul play. That must indicate that they are stealing these sets. That's the insinuation they're making with those videos. And yeah, you could make that argument, but when you actually hear from the franchisee owners here, the Gormans, their explanation makes sense on why those shelves would be emptier.
My understanding is that he took pictures of everything, and all those photos I showed you of the Star Wars were all the photos, or was literally all the Star Wars inventory in the store.
yeah, the McNeffs say all of the photos should be with Brandon of all the Star Wars items. And to be fair to them, they showed me a lot more pictures and even showed me a spreadsheet of all the Star Wars sets in the store the night Brandon took it over. And it valued to about like $5,000 to $10,000 or so. But then I had to ask.
Here's another kind of set.
Okay.
Do you think y'all have all of these?
Very likely.
Okay.
Again, I'd be surprised if we didn't.
But then I couldn't help myself. I started to bring up some of Crystal's photos to see if they matched up.
Have you seen this before?
Not that I recall.
So do you see that?
Yep.
So do you see it's in like some kind of like a safe thing? I don't know if you can see the sides there.
Looks like a bookshelf to me, but sure.
A bookshelf, bro. Be real. We're looking at it. What bookshelf has hinges on the left side of it, presumably to close? Not any bookshelves I'm aware of. Maybe it's not, you know, the craziest, most high quality safe, you know, with the giant fucking wheel on it like the vault door you'd find at a bank. But that does definitely appear to be a safe that those Legos are in there in Crystal's pictures. So anyway, McNeff is now saying, and even sent a sheet to CoffeeZilla about what was left in the store from the collection, valued at around like $5,000 to $10,000. And while going through pictures, CoffeeZilla starts showing some of Crystal's pictures as well.
Okay, sure, yeah. So I think the important thing is making sure that all of these are in the inventory for Mansell.
Sure. Sure, that's good.
75041.
Yep. The Vulture Droid.
75169.
169 I'm not seeing, so there may be... Okay, so there's one that is not on our list.
Let's try this. 10240.
Okay, nope, not seeing that one either.
What about 9493?
3. I don't see that one either. So maybe those were locked at the time, and Brandon did not get those pictures.
You already tried pissing on my head and calling it rain when you looked at a safe and said it looked like a bookshelf. So it's hard to extend the courtesy that this is like an honest mistake about these sets that are in Crystal's photographs not appearing in their records of the inventory there. Like, I can't say for sure if it's by design, like they're omitted on purpose, maliciously or not, but it is hard to extend any level of benefit of the doubt here. They should be there. And the fact they're not is alarming, and it's something Bricks and Minifigs should take seriously. He kind of like brushes past it a little bit, glosses over it, and like, okay, well, maybe this. But like, that shouldn't be the response. Like, it should be something that you want to immediately look into a bit more on how this could be happening as a mistake. If it is a mistake.
All right, that's kind of a problem because the Gormans had over 200 photos of this store. I definitely knew looking at these photos, there's a lot more Legos in the Gormans photos, by quite a lot that Brandon's photos just didn't show. But corporate didn't really see it that way.
But still, in the grand scheme of things, we're not talking, again, 10 times the amount of sets here.
I don't know. I haven't shown all the photos yet. I don't know exactly how much.
If there's a calculable figure that we can look at and say, great, this is what was there, I promise you it's not $100,000 worth of Lego. And so where's the rest of it? You got me. I don't know.
Maybe I'm a little too in my head about this U-Haul story. You don't think it could have been some U-Haul thing? There's no way.
So, to me, I believe the Gormans provided significantly more hard evidence with apparently a couple hundred photos showing significantly more Lego sets in the store than Brandon's documentation had and what Bricks and Minifigs is touting. I don't think that's something to just gloss over here. I don't know if McNeff realizes how bad that looks for them. It's hard to chalk that up as some honest-to-God mistake or something like that. Especially when at every turn, McNeff is trying to, like, minimize the amount of Legos with this discrepancy. Like, okay, even if there was some unaccounted for and some wackiness, documentation got cattywampus, it's not 100,000, it's not 10 times. Yeah, you might have a couple hundred photos, but it's not like that much. It's just, it's very fishy behavior. And speaking of fishy, it's about to get real weird with the U-Haul story.
So when Brandon came to the store that night, he was driving a U-Haul truck.
Now, in typical fashion, this was immediately disputed.
Brandon showed up to the Salem store in a rental car. When he came to get the keys from Crystal, he was there in a rental car, not in a U-Haul.
But the big reason it mattered to me was because I was actually called by an ex-employee of the Bricks and Minifix store in Eugene, Oregon. Remember, that's the one that Brandon and Josh own. And he told me something very interesting.
I'm a former employee, started in 2024, and I was working under the old manager Brian, and he sold the store to Brandon Best and Josh. Like, oh, Crystal stole Lego sets and bolted out of the country.
Who says that?
Brandon Best told us. When he was dropping off all the Lego sets to us that night. And used, like, there was a bunch of used Lego sets that set were like saran wrap, they had Star Wars CD, there's just a lot of stuff. It was like a medium-sized U-Haul truck.
Wait, they brought a U-Haul truck
from Salem going to Eugene.
And to Eugene, and it had a bunch of Star Wars sets on it?
Yeah, Star Wars sets and everything. A bunch of new stuff too.
So CoffeeZilla was contacted by a former employee at the Eugene location, which was owned by Brandon and Josh, and he talks about how he watched the Reckless Spin YouTube video, and a lot of like what they were experiencing with on their own started to make sense. And then even talks about how that U-Haul that has been brought up by the Gormans actually arrived at the Eugene store full of Lego sets. Saran wrap Lego sets, Star Wars Lego sets. This is a huge, big claim here. And this is a real former employee. CoffeeZilla did his due diligence, from everything I can tell, to confirm this really is an employee who worked where he said he worked, which was at that Eugene location with Brandon and Josh
right?
as the owners. And he is talking about how they had a U-Haul that brought these Lego sets, and they were saying like that facility was closed down, you know, shit was like haunted. Crystal, big thumbs down, boo, Crystal, we don't like Crystal, boo. She was like stealing Legos and stuff. And then he arrives on his chariot here, his U-Haul, with these fucking Star Wars sets. That's big. That is colossal. And Bricks and Minifigs, McNeff there, you can hear him still denying the existence of that U-Haul in the first place. It is heavily disputed, saying he showed up in a rental vehicle, not a U-Haul. Explicitly saying not a U-Haul, but the Gormans are saying it's a U-Haul. A former employee at the Eugene location is saying it was a U-Haul. I mean, it sounded like it was a fucking U-Haul to me. If it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, probably a fucking U-Haul.
Like, if you were to look at the footage, the ring cameras, all that stuff, you won't see a U-Haul sitting anywhere in the parking lot.
So after hearing all of this, I realized, look, I just gotta find the evidence. So I start sifting through these photos I have, right? I realize I have a parking lot photo. I check it. No U-Haul, just a red truck out there. I check another photo where you could see the window, but the problem is it's night outside, so you can't see. And so I'm looking at everything I can, and there's just nothing, you know? And I have this alternate angle, I'm looking at that, and then, wait a minute. Zoom in on that photo. Bring up the brightness of this photo a little bit, and my gosh, there's a U-Haul in the